We will now call the council meeting into order. Roll call, Councilmember Thomas, Councilmember Green, Councilmember Morrell,
Here.
Councilmember Moreno, Councilmember King, Councilmember Harris, Councilmember Jerusalem. We have 7 members. We have a quorum.
Thank you. First up, we will have the invocation from Pastor Jamal Weathersby. I'd like to personally thank him for coming here today and leading us in prayer.
It's always my privilege and honor to be here and to begin this meeting by pausing to thank God and ask for his direction. Let us bow heads for prayer. We're so grateful, Heavenly Father, for you allowing us to be in this place at this time. We ask you, God, that you will cause us to live this day to your glory. We're grateful for these council members and then for their staffs and also for the public who meets here today. We're asking, Lord, for your choice blessings. 3 things that we petition for. We petition you for productivity, peace, and prosperity as decisions are made for the betterment of our city. We honor you. We give you glory. It's in Jesus' name that we pray this prayer. And we say amen.
Amen. To the flag of the United States of America, to the republic of which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The first order of business is a presentation. Jacqueline Moise Bergvink is celebrating her 100th birthday and illustrious life.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Miss Jackie is making her way up. Miss Jackie turned 100 this year. And she is the grandmother of my chief of staff, my amazing chief of staff, Allison Ports. So Allison, I'm going to turn this over to you once y'all get settled. It's good to see you, Miss Jackie.
Excuse me.
Will you go ahead and introduce yourself and who's with you?
I want you to introduce yourself and say who's with you. Oh, I am Jackie Moise Barker-Wink. Barker-Wink is like Bob Barker with the wink on the end. It took me 2 years and I was chasing him. This is my daughter, Karen Gibbs, and this is my granddaughter, Allison Port. Not Barker-Wink anymore.
So I'll take a moment, as Councilmember Harris said, and introduce my fabulous grandmother. I'm already getting teary because there are no words for how amazing this woman is. I had the privilege of growing up in the same city as her and sometimes in the same house as her. And I can say without a doubt that she has shaped who I am, specifically what I like to think of as my kind heart, humor, and sass. My Nana, and y'all are welcome to call her Nana, I think I can say.
Yes.
She grew up in New Orleans. She was born 100 years ago. She had her 100th birthday, September 2nd, and we had an amazing party. And as you'll see in the proclamation, or you'll hear, she might invite you to the 101st party if y'all can make it. But she grew up here, had an active, sometimes challenging past, moved around to 12 schools, was it?
At least.
By the time she was in 4th grade. Didn't even get the chance to go to 8th grade because of the depression and the war.
Yeah.
The city and the state canceled that. So that grade was skipped entirely. Got married to my grandfather, Harold Borkerbank, and stayed at home, raised children, worked so hard doing it. And the whole time was dedicated in her faith to the Catholic Church. And at a time where I know this wasn't the norm, she worked. She gave of herself, she gave to her community and her family, but she served as a clerk for United Fruit and then the War Department. She was a clerk at the hospital. She taught crafts to the New England Patriots. She worked in book binding. She later mentored adults with physical disabilities. I know I'm missing so much more, but I want to give her and my aunt to speak up. So thank you all so much to the City Council for giving her this honor. I can't think of anyone who it's owed to more.
Thank you. She kind of exaggerates a little bit, but we'll go along with it.
Mama, tell them a little bit about when you were growing up. Her New Orleans is so different. We were talking on the way in. I said, Mama, I think they'd like to hear, how was New Orleans way back 100 years ago when you were here and you were a little girl? And tell them some of the differences.
One of the funny things, one of the odd things I remembered, I can remember streets that were paved with bricks, not paved, but you laid with bricks. Later they put cement over them, but they were pretty, I thought. So many things were different. Well, we had garbage pickup every day. We had mail twice a day. We had 4 papers, the Tribune, the Picayune in the morning, in the afternoon, we had the Item in the States. And the first one to go was the Tribune, and then the States bought out the Item, I think, and now we just have the we got all 4 newspapers. There were not, when I was a child, there weren't many cars in the city, so it was safe to play in the streets. That's how come I noticed they were brick. And I didn't even notice that, oh, this is odd, because I thought all streets were supposed to look like that. I wonder how many streets, if they took some of the pavement off, they'd find brick underneath. It must have taken a lot of time. What else can I think of?
About the streetcars and about how y'all were safe and how
Safe.
what y'all did during the Depression. She lived in the Depression, and she really has so many stories about really how you don't waste a thing to this day. You don't waste a thing. I mean, you almost take a spatula and scrape off the wax paper to get every little thing off of it. But to this day, she's so mindful of waste. A drop of water you don't waste. But you want to tell them about how you and Aunt Mo didn't have toys,
No.
but you had one pair of skates between you, and what would
Yeah.
y'all do?
We each took one and kind of scooted along from where my grandma lived on Ferret Street all the way to the big library by Lee Circle, all by ourselves, and it was safe.
Hmm.
She didn't send us to school, so we were free to play in the streets all the time. In fact, she didn't even know where we were during the daytime.
As a little
It's-
background, Mama's mama died when she was 6.
Yes,
And her daddy, he really couldn't take care of him. So the grandmother took the newborn baby she wasn't newborn, she was 10 months. And Mama and her 2 sisters were kind of shuttled anywhere. People she didn't even know. That's why she went to 14 schools by the time she was in 4th grade, because they were thrown from pillar to post. And they really, tell them what was the thing you first looked when they ship you to a new house. Mama, what was the first thing y'all went and looked for? Aunt Mo, you and Aunt Mo would go look?
oh, the library. We go walking, looking for a library, because we all read all the time. We didn't have any toys, actually none. And I can remember one time I had a little doll this big, it was glass, it was molded, and the little arms kind of moved. That was it. But libraries, that was our salvation. We all read. And then later, to even do it better, I studied speed read, so I could read even more.
Tell them about Papa. Her daddy worked.
In the city hall with
Yeah.
Mayor Maestri. I don't know, nobody here remembers it. That was a long time ago in the 40s. And I can remember coming up here, I was working at United Fruit Company, and I meet my daddy sometimes for lunch up here. And he met the famous people coming into the city. I envied him.
And tell them about how we'd drop them by. She didn't even know, he would bring the movie star, I don't know if they were they movies or just
How Broadway.
Broadway stars to the house, and mama wouldn't even know who they were.
One time he rang my doorbell about 3 PM, and my kids were down for their naps. And my daddy never came in the front door, he came in the side door. We lived uptown. And he said, look who I brought with me, thinking I would recognize a Broadway star. And I said, oh, I was thinking it's an old relative or something. She was an older woman. So I hugged her and said, oh, how you do? Come on in. And I made him some coffee and whatever dessert I had. And we talked for about an hour or so. When when my daddy got back to his office, called me and he said, what do you think of that? I said, who was that, Daddy? And he says, you don't know who that was? No, I have no idea. And some Broadway star, I can't even remember her name. She was so pleasant, really. I mean, she put up with my ignorance, all I can say.
You know Ann Rice's house, mama was raised at one point, by the grace of God, the nuns, the daughters of Saint Vincent de Paul, daughters of charity of Saint Vincent de Paul, took in mama and her 2 sisters and raised them. And it was in where St. Elizabeth's, she said those were the happiest days, weren't they, mama?
Yes, they were the best days of my life. The nuns were wonderful, wonderful. One was strict, but not mean. And the rest were just, I don't know, they were made by God for us. They loved kids, and that made it good. That made it good. We were there almost 4 years, and they were the best years of my life till I got married. Outside of my mother, of course, when she was alive, that was good. But in the meantime, those were the best years of my life. And to this day, I reverence nuns. I'm telling you, they saved our lives. They were so good. So
The
good.
war, mama is a World War II bride,
Yeah.
right?
Yes. We got married during the war. And then 2 months later, he was drafted. And it wasn't too long before he went overseas, was less than a year. And he was gone for 2.5 years. And he started as a private. And this is funny, they said, who knows how to type? You can work in the office. Well, he was at Camp Loche, so he's many nights he would come home and stay with us. We were out in Gentilly. I went back home with my daddy. And he says, teach me to type, because they said we need volunteers who can type and they'll work in the office. And so right away, I'm teaching him the keyboard, but you don't learn it one night. But every night he's practicing on our typewriter. And he somehow made his way in the office. Then when he was in England, he wrote a letter, send me a shorthand book. They want to know who can keep shorthand. They're going to move me to another office. But he already told him he knew shorthand. So I mailed him the book and somehow we made it. He ended up with Eisenhower as something, I can't remember what. And I'm thinking, he really, that's pretty good. And the funny thing was, he missed his graduation from high school because his daddy took him out to go to work. It was in the last few weeks. And he never graduated. Then he went to Tulane, but he didn't finish that because he worked for Nestle and they transferred us to Memphis. But then he went to the University of Syracuse and he got his master's. I'm thinking, how does this happen? He had a great life, and so did I. What else you want to know?
What are the 2? She's so cute. Bill, when we gave her party, we asked mama, what are the 2 things you should do if you want to live a long time? Well, aside from keep breathing, that's a big one. But she said, you don't have to celebrate me because I didn't die. That's true. No, because you lived, and she really lived. But tell them what are the 2 things if you really want to live a long life.
In peace, you want to live love and forgiveness. Yeah. Right? And you could tell if a person through life, especially at my age, which is a long, long time, it shows in their face when they don't forgive. The menace is there, the hatefulness is there, the resentment is there in their face. Of course, it might be in mine, but I never had any of that. I don't know how my face compares to others, but I don't have any of that stuff. I think the nuns at St. Elizabeth drilled that into our heads. You don't do that. It's up to God to forgive, not you forgive, and God takes care of the rest. And he does. He does. What else?
It all goes to show what you need and what you really don't need in life. She had one dress at St. Elizabeth's, and like she said, it was the happiest time in her life.
No, it was later. I had one. Before I had one.
Excuse
dress.
me.
Yeah. I had one dress from September to February in public school. We didn't go into Catholic at that time. My sister had one dress from September to May.
That wasn't when you were at Elizabeth's, that
No,
was when your daddy
before.
had to take you
No,
home or before.
No, before. Before, and this was during the Depression. And my sister, it's not that we went to a poor school. In my sister's class was Huey Long's son. I'm trying to remember his name. He was in my sister's class. And he sat right in back of her. They were friends. He used to tease her a whole lot. So it was a real, okay, I'm trying, Palmer, I think his name was Palmer.
Y'all can see she's got a better memory than I do.
Thank God, I do have a decent memory, and the Depression was tough. It really was tough. There were people who didn't have any food. I could remember a man would do anything to earn money. There was a man, and he might have had a great, great, great profession, and he wasn't needed anymore in that profession. And he would half sew shoes for the neighbors, and they would pay him 50 cents, maybe $1. You did anything to earn money. It was tough. It really was tough. Groceries were cheap. I can remember bread being a nickel a loaf. Sliced bread was 10 cents. It cost more than a French bread, because French bread, it seems like everybody made it. And at one time they sold watermelon by the slice in the ice things out front, not refrigerated, just on a piece of ice. I can remember that. We didn't have any major big grocery stores for years. I think A&P might be one of them. No, Winn-Dixie might be one of the first. It was called H.G. Hill store. I can remember that, one of the major things, not a little corner grocery store. But there was something about the corner grocery stores that I always liked. They knew just what you liked, and it was good. It was good.
How about Canal Street?
Oh, Canal Street, you dressed up to go to Canal Street with your high heel shoes, your stockings, gloves. At that point in my life, I was working, and I had a pair of gloves to match every outfit for coming to Canal Street. And on a date, of course, you wore gloves, not leather, fabric that matched what you were wearing. And it was something, it really was. And always stockings, and many times a hat. And I've never learned to like hats. So I just wear something that's sat on the back of your head, like a sun hat or something, a little straw hat. Trying to think of what else might I say.
Mardi Gras, your mama when your mama was alive, she made a big deal of Mardi Gras with y'all.
Dressed
To
us up.
this day, she loves, don't get in front of my mother at Mardi Gras parade. That cane will find your knees and you will be out of her way.
I'm never hit anybody.
Don't dare grab any beads, even if the man's looking at you and pointing, and they go to you, mama goes, and that was for me. That was for me, and there go the beads. And she usually comes out with her neck just hanging with beads. Her mama, she loves
But
her
that's
Mardi
because they
Gras.
like me.
They do love you. Everybody loves you. They do. Speaking of, when we go to church in the morning, everybody's loving on her. I can hardly get out.
Most of them are half blind. Oh, what's this?
Well, Miss Jackie, we're so happy to have you here. I'm gonna let the other council members just say a couple words, and then we'll do the proclamation. Thank you so much for coming down.
Thank you for
Because
asking me.
I would love to listen to you all day. We would prefer that so much. Councilmember Thomas.
I think the term is, Ms. Jacqueline is a centenarian. So happy birthday to you. When you look up what centenarian means, it means you're part of an elite group. Very few people who ever walked the face of the earth that have reached that age. And then Confucius, I think, has a quote that says, old age, believe me, is a good and pleasant thing. It is true that you are gently ushered off the stage, but given such a comfortable front seat as a spectator. And though we're honoring you today, it's really evident to see the importance of family. Because as you took care of your family has given you that comfortable front seat to enjoy all the love and care that you have had for them. So centenarian, elite lady, happy birthday to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Jacqueline, I am honored to be here today, to be in your presence, and I also wish you a happy 100th birthday and look forward to celebrating with you and having you back again as we continue to celebrate additional birthdays. I just want to tell you that your granddaughter Allison is doing a fine job here at City Hall. She's doing a fine job. You can be very proud of the work that she does and the communications that she has with my office and others. But thank you for sharing your memories, and our city has changed a lot. I'm very bullish and upbeat on the future of our city, and I know that we've overcome certain problems that we've had in the past, and you've seen a lot of those problems, but you are a reminder that things are getting better in our city in many respects. There's a lot more opportunity. The things that you mentioned, some of the limitations that don't exist today are an example of the fact that our city has moved in the right direction, a city in which I'm proud to have raised my family, my 3 children. So thank you for being here today. And I really say thank you. It's an honor that you came down to be with us, to grace us with your presence. And I look forward to, again, celebrating many more years and many more birthdays with you.
Thank you. Thank you for asking me.
Okay,
God bless you.
God bless you.
May you all reach 100 and plus.
Yes, I plan to. It has been tremendous having you here today, Miss Jacqueline. I'm reminded my grandmother passed this year. She was 99. So she almost crossed the line. But what I was struck with was much of your commentary and much of your advice is what she shared with us when she was here. And it's so tremendous to have that perspective, because I remember when my children were meeting my grandmother, their great grandmother, and they look at the speed of life with social media and just with instant gratification, she would try to share with them stories. And it really was revelatory in that they had to comprehend a life where if you wanted to find the news, you had to look for it. If you wanted something to eat, you had to go look for it. If you wanted anything, it required work. And it just, this lifestyle that people live these days, where everything is so easy, having people like you around to share what life was like before, it's invaluable. It just presents a perspective, and it's living history to make people, I mean, my son loves World War II, and he would always be awestruck when my grandmother would tell him about what life was like during World War II. And I certainly hope that we have more time as a community to hear more of your stories and more of the living history you can share with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Happy birthday to you, Ms. Jacqueline. I guess we all call you Nana. Is that all right?
Yes.
Okay, perfect, Nana. We'll just call you Nana. That's great. So I too love hearing your stories. My grandmother is in her 90s, hoping that she too makes 100. And listening to the story that you told reminded me so much of some of the stories that my grandmother told. Because even during such difficult times as a depression, where she would tell me about the ration stamps and things like that, she talked about how ultimately how happy, that she still was able to be, which you really made the point so wonderfully that a happy life is all about forgiveness and love and gratefulness as well. And so we just so appreciate you being with us today. And I agree with everyone up here. I'd love to find time to hear more of your stories. I don't know if there's a way we can maybe do a panel discussion or something and have you there.
To Zoom.
Okay, good. Perfect. And we just appreciate you being here. So a very, very, very happy birthday to you. And I look forward to your party next year as well.
Thank you. Thanks, so do I.
Good morning, Ms. Jacqueline. I just want to tell you, happy birthday. 100 years is a blessing. And thank you for the stories. It was great to hear how the city once was and how life was. So again, happy birthday. And like my uncle always tells me, I hope you see many, many more.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I just want to echo what everybody else said. Sorry, I always get, people forget I'm at the end. Harry, good to see you. Your advice about love and forgiveness, I think is very humanitarian and is a warm message to us all. And, my grandfather, I think, would have been either 99 or 100. So he's your contemporary. And more than that, my great grandfather, when he wasn't working on the docks, like the other Sicilians, was also a clerk at City Hall. So think about, again, how we are a city and we're all connected to one another, and that's we've grown. And so there's not a day that goes by, I think, like we've all said, that we don't wish we could ask our grandparents about what they lived or what they experienced. And I think it's such a blessing that Allison continues to have you. So keep on breathing. We love you. Thank you so much.
If I may add one thing before my boss takes the mic. My dad asked me to read a very short statement from all the kids. Besides my Aunt Karen, there are 3 others. He says, "We couldn't be more proud and blessed to have you as our mama, and we love you dearly. Congratulations on being 100 years young."
Yes, that's right, Mama.
Well, Miss Jackie, I just want to say happy birthday. It was amazing talking with you, and I can't wait to sit with you and talk more about your experience. I do have to just say Allison is a joy and a blessing and a smart, smart lady. And I know that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. So thank you so much for having a family that raised such a rising bright star and someone who I call a friend. Happy birthday, Miss Jackie.
Thank you so much.
And we'll come down and take pictures and present a proclamation.
We're gonna come and take a picture with you.
Or would you rather sit?
Another 60 years in me. The first 40 were really.
Ladies and gentlemen, please get back to your seats so we can move forward with the rest of the hearing. I'd like to ask Larry Lehman and Mary Neal Mitchell to come to the table. Larry Lehman, Mary Neal Mitchell.
All right, I'll get all this.
I knew that there had been a slave conspiracy in Point Coupé. They called.
I was gonna make a few remarks, I'll just play it, but. Well, I just have a few remarks.
Testimony.
Space bar and play it. Go back out and then.
The second order of business, a presentation, Larry Lehman, nephew of Dr. Gwendolyn Midlo Hall, and Molly Mitchell, director, Midlo Center for the New Orleans Studies at the University of New Orleans. Recognizing and remembering the life of historian Dr. Gwendolyn Midlo Hall, who, while as a professor at Rutgers University, revolutionized historians' understanding of slavery with her book, Africans in Colonial Louisiana, the development of the Afro-Creole culture in the 18th century, published in 1992.
The special orders of business give us an opportunity to share information that we wouldn't share as part of a regular council agenda. And as the council member who represents a district that includes six institutions of higher education, which include the University of New Orleans, I have a chance to see things that I didn't even know before I became a councilman in terms of programs that exist within the city of New Orleans and at our universities. At the University of New Orleans is the Midlo Center for New Orleans for Studies. And today we celebrate the life and the historical findings of Dr. Gwendolyn Midlo Hall. Her research and publications revolutionized historians' understanding of slavery. Dr. Hall, who after years of digging through obscure libraries in Louisiana, Spain, and France, managed to identify more than 100,000 enslaved people from archives and demonstrated the vast extent of African influence on America's cultural landscape. She died recently on August 29th at the age of 93. With us today is Larry Lehman, who is Dr. Hall's nephew, and Molly Mitchell, the director of the Midlo Center for New Orleans Studies at UNO. And they're here to share a bit of information that I think that everyone will find interesting about Dr. Hall's life and accomplishments. And I turn it over to, at this time, Larry Lehman.
Well, thank you, Councilman Green. I'm Dr. Hall's nephew. Had the pleasure of knowing Aunt Gwen all of my life, and she was an aunt to me, and turned out she was a famous historian and changed lives in amazing ways because of the work she had done. I remember when she first got a laptop computer and told me that she was going to go to courthouses throughout the state and create a database of the history of the genealogy of people who had no idea that they had a history. And these are the families that grew up in plantations throughout the state, enslaved, and who their parents were, who came over on slave boats. I had no idea that she, I thought it was like a moonshot, but she did it. And when she ultimately published this book, it was truly amazing. She's published so many other books as well, but she is, I'm very proud to be the nephew of Gwendolyn Midlo Hall, and that she has changed the lives of so many folks by providing information and giving people a genealogy of people who really thought that their lives had no past. But it's an honor. My wife, Dashka Roth, and I are here and delighted to be here and know that Aunt Gwen is being honored today. Mary?
Hi, good morning. Thanks for inviting us to say a few words about Dr. Hall. The center that I direct at UNO was founded in honor of Gwendolyn Midlo Hall's parents, Ethel and Herman, and particularly the work of her father. Starting in the 1930s, Herman Midlo was often the only white lawyer to take up cases for people of color. And Gwen, it turns out, was a trailblazer too, not as a lawyer, but as a historian. So I just want to share a few words about that. For historians of slavery, but even more so, as Larry mentioned, for the descendants of enslaved people in Louisiana, it's really impossible to overstate the importance of Gwendolyn Midlo Hall and her work. Among many in New Orleans, her book, Africans in Colonial Louisiana, which was published in 1992, is known simply as, quote, the Purple Book. As you will see from this clip that I'm going to show, Gwen's work was revolutionary among historians, but I will also add that it was revolutionary for women historians as well. When she said she wanted to make a database of her findings, she got a lot of discouragement from her male counterparts. But if you knew Gwen, you knew that did not faze her in the least. She did not just discover archival documents about enslaved people that most people did believe had not survived. She actually understood how much this information meant for our understanding of the past and for descendants. Knowledge of ethnicities, nations of origin, and in turn, culture and worldview of those forced into slavery were all part of what she was finding. And so just before this clip begins, she talks about doing legal research in rural courthouses in the New Orleans region for her father, where she encountered 18th and 19th century documents in French and Spanish. So she mastered those languages as a student, returned to the courthouses, and discovered records of thousands of enslaved Africans brought to Louisiana, African Creoles, as well as enslaved indigenous people. So if you go to her database today, you'll see Adeline, Sophie, Theodore, Therese, Toussaint. But let's hear Dr. Gwendolyn Midlo Hall explain all of this in her own words.
Uh-oh. Who can help with the sound? While we're getting that sound adjusted, because I do like to stay kind of within the time limits or nearby those time limits, I want to read a letter from Brian Fisher Shear, who is the first cousin of Gwendolyn Midlo Hall, And it reads as follows: Gwendolyn Midlow Hall was my first cousin. Our mothers were sisters.
Interested
But
in
with a-
statistics too.
Well, I'm not gonna mess up this opportunity. Let's do it while it's working.
Finally, I decided that I would study slavery in colonial Louisiana. Now, the place that I went, which really aroused my curiosity, was I knew that there had been a slave conspiracy in Point Coupé Parish in 1795. When they called slaves up to testify, they were asking them what was their nation. And a lot of them identified their African ethnicity. So I started, I went to see the original document. That was back in 1984. And I found this testimony and I thought, well, maybe there might be other documents that also identify the origins of these Africans. And I started to look and I found documents that went back to 1771. And they were just full, not just full of information about the African origins of the slaves, but a whole lot of other things about the slaves. And at that time, nobody had any idea that such enlightening documents could exist. Now, like in those days, people thought, oh, we can't know anything about the past of slaves because they were slaves. And we had no information about them. And it turned out that that was the opposite of the truth. It's just that nobody had looked. There's more information about slaves than about free people because the slaves were property. And so they needed to identify the property. And it was astounding how much information there was. And so at that point, we used to use these little index cards to take down information. But this stuff was so dense and complex that I decided this just won't work. So actually, I created the first original digital database in history.
In history,
Yeah,
okay.
and maybe in other things too, I don't know. But anyway, it was quite advanced. Now, I didn't realize I was doing anything important. Because to me, it was just a tool for my own research. And I thought that maybe some other scholars might want to look at it, you know, or use it or something. It never occurred to me that anybody else would be interested. So I used that database for the book I published called Africans in Colonial Louisiana. When I saw all of the names, I decided this is really important. We really have to mark, you know, collect all of the names that we see on these documents. And a number of guys said, what do you want to do that for? We're just interested in statistics. I said, well, you may be interested only in statistics, and I'm interested in statistics too, but I'm also interested in human beings and what they were like, including what their names were and how they were related to each other. And so I insist, and they said, that'll slow you down. I said, well, it'll just have to slow me down.
So her database, Afro-Louisiana History and Genealogy, which you can Google, covers the years 1719 to 1820. It's free and open to the public. And the names of the people she recovered from the archives are also engraved in the Allée Gwendolyn Midlow Hall at Whitney Plantation. Her work was foundational to the creation of that museum, one of the first of its kind to tell the story of slavery from the perspective of the enslaved. So thank you to the city council for recognizing one of the city's most significant New Orleanians and her work.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And as I mentioned, not to be redundant, but I've learned a lot in this job, and I did not know about the Gwendolyn Midlow Hall Center, and it's right there at the University of New Orleans, within walking distance from my home. And here in the city of New Orleans, we have institutions such as that need to be highlighted. But what I appreciate is that in today's climate, where there are attempts to rewrite the history of the country, to exclude names and to exclude events, that Ms. Hall, at the time, that would be a challenging one, to go to rural areas to try to compile information on people who had been forgotten in the back of a book or who had been buried in unmarked graves. She took it upon herself to digitize information that makes it last forever. And I just want to say that they can't completely erase history, but this kind of work is so important. The Whitney Plantation is important. The universities, the work that they do to remind us that that past existed and to humanize some of the people who have been forgotten. There are, unfortunately, in the history of our country, people who lived their entire lives as slaves and were buried in unmarked graves and aren't remembered today because they haven't been identified. I can't change all of that, but I can encourage the public to recognize that there are persons and there are institutions that humanize those who have been disenfranchised and who have been dehumanized for all of those years. So we appreciate that work. Council members, before I would close out with a reading of the proclamation, if you have any comments.
Yeah, first of all, the value of Dr. Midlow Hall's contribution at the time, in terms of studying that history, it's just unbelievable, especially if you've studied a little bit and know about colonial Louisiana. If we all were students of with the work that she did, we would understand that period. When you talk about colonial Louisiana, it was written that, and this is for Black boys and girls in this city, that sometimes don't always know their place. Black folk who sometimes we're left out of the economic inclusion and the prosperity in this town and cities. This is what people like Dr. Midlow Hall and others wrote. Louisiana, and listen to me close, Louisiana became a more developed and successful colony because of the sizable increase in the enslaved population. Louisiana became a more developed and successful colony. And when you think about the emotion and the mindset of people who lived during those times, and this is important to the work of Yolanda, the French said it became a period of maturity because of the slave society. Now, the way people have been treated from Jim Crow, the segregation, and racism, wouldn't it be nice if the history books would reflect that the slave population added maturity to the society? It helped the society develop because it was much more primitive before that. Dr. Midlow Hall is a giant and a saint and an icon, because if the people of this state and the people of this city really understood the contribution that is stated in history, the Black community wouldn't have the poverty statistics or the struggles that we have. We wouldn't be an afterthought economically or academically, because they would know that scholars like Dr. Midlow Hall said we weren't really sophisticated or civilized until that slave population came to Louisiana. Thank you. And for every ancestor that I've ever had, thank you on their behalf. Thank you.
I want to thank y'all for being here today. Dr. Hall's work was tremendous. And she truly was a pioneer in a field that not only has been historically underserved, but now is under assault nationally. The work that she has done, the foundation she has laid,
it is incumbent upon us as a community, as a society, to continue to lift up what she was doing, because we know throughout this country, including in this very state, there are ongoing efforts to undermine all the work she's done and all the history she's uncovered. The very work that we briefly saw up there, the things that she dedicated her life to do, to really give credit where credit is due to the community that came here and really laid the foundation for what is New Orleans, the Black community. You see in real time, people changing textbooks to erase all the work she's done. And so I certainly am here, and I certainly appreciate what Councilman Green has done, but it can't stop here today. It's incumbent upon us as elected officials, as a community, to look at the work of Dr. Hall. And when we see people putting out narratives that undermine the work she's done, to see something, we see something, to say something and to speak up, because as much work as she's done, if we don't fight what's going on across this country and the state, we could lose all the work she's done. So thank you for being here. Thank you, Mr. Green, for having this presentation. Thank you. Before today, before this presentation, I didn't know much about Dr. Hall. I heard in the back, and I think her work is much needed and much appreciated. And I'm now glad to know about the work she did, and I'll do some more research to continue to study about her. So thank you for letting me know and letting the crowd, let the audience know as well. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to have a proclamation presentation in a second, but I still have a couple of minutes within the time that I like to spend for special order of business. So I want to read some important highlights of the proclamation that I think will add to what we've heard today relative to Gwendolyn Midlo Hall and the work that she's done. And I remind everyone that that center is right here at the University of New Orleans. And part of my reason for my presentation is that here I am, a lifetime resident of the city, didn't know about it in terms of the center, knew about Miss Gwendolyn Midlo Hall. But whereas Gwendolyn Midlo Hall was born on June 27, 1929 in New Orleans to Herbert Midlo, a Jewish immigrant who was one of the few members of the local legal community willing to defend Black people and labor organizations. And whereas Gwendolyn Midlo Hall once shared a stage with W.E.B. Du Bois, and as a student at Sophie Newcomb, helped found a biracial organization linking white colleges with nearby historically Black institutions. Whereas Gwendolyn Midlo Hall met and married Michael Yuspa, with whom she had a son, Leonard, and they soon divorced, but she met Michael Haywood Hall in 1951, an American civil rights activist who she returned to the United States with and married in 1956. Whereas Gwendolyn Midlo Hall returned to the United States, lived in New York City and then North Carolina, where she briefly taught at Elizabeth City State College, moved to Detroit, enrolled in the historic doctoral program at the University of Michigan, and received her PhD in 1970, joining the Rutgers factory then. And whereas Gwendolyn Midlo Hall created a database that identified 107,000 enslaved people and was the basis for her 1992 book, Africans in Colonial Louisiana, the Development of African Afro-Creole Culture in the 18th Century, which revolutionized the education on slave trading in Louisiana, something that people don't want to talk about, but it's a reality, and published numerous award-winning books on slavery in colonial Louisiana. And whereas Gwendolyn Midlo Hall died at the age of 93 in Guajanta, Mexico on August 29, 2023. She is the namesake of the Midlo Center for New Orleans Studies at the University of New Orleans, which I encourage everyone to research, and is survived by her son Haywood, daughter historian Rebecca Lorraine Hall, and her 4 grandchildren. Son Leonard Yuspa died in 2020. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the City of New Orleans that the City Council today recognizes and celebrates the life and times of Gwendolyn Midlo Hall. I appreciate my fellow council members for sharing their sentiments. And just really quickly, a letter from Brian Fisher Shear, who is a cousin. Gwendolyn Midlo Hall is my first cousin. Our mothers were sisters, but with a 20-year difference in their ages. Gwen was my mother's age, so I always thought of her as my aunt. She was born and grew up in New Orleans. She was a child of the South, but even as a young girl, she recognized the values of fairness and non-discrimination. Her father, lawyer Herman Midlow, was one of only a few men who defended Black clients during that time. As a teenager, she worked with people of all races and religions to stand up for human rights and the ability to freely associate with any and all members of the human race. As an adult, she worked tirelessly, using all her talents to write and educate. She was a historian who wrote Africans in colonial Louisiana, as well as other books. Her studies led her to learn computer skills she used to compile an innovative and extensive database that allowed African Americans to research their family history. While I knew and loved Gwen and admired her intellect and her talent, I was never more proud of her than I was meeting the people whose lives she changed forever. At her memorial service earlier this year, so many people shared their stories of their relationships with Gwen and their love and admiration of her life's work. I spoke with historians who she had mentored and those who were able to trace their family lineage back to its African roots, thanks to her efforts. Each person had a personal story to tell, and each had a special relationship with this remarkable woman. I admire and love her for the things she did and for the person she was. And he is so pleased today that the city council has chosen to honor her and her work. And I'm honored to be able to honor her work and tell you that it's so appreciated. And in this time where there's an effort to just eradicate the past because some people don't agree with the past, we will never allow that to happen. We will stand up and we will use the resources available to us to tell the truth about our past, knowing the truth can help us to move toward a better future. Thank you all for being here today.
Thank you, Council.
And I do have a proclamation, so I'm going to ask my fellow council members to come to the front for just a quick photo that we'll share, because I want to share information on the center. All the people scattering.
Yeah, Councilmember Green, I know you just had your moment, but if everyone here, if we could kind of join in a moment of silence for the three kids and for the families of that horrific fire. Mr. Chairman, if you wouldn't mind, and just take a moment, especially with the packed hall, so we could kind of feel their spirits and feel that family and send positive energy to that family. I believe in prayer and I believe in positive energy, and hopefully it'll make a difference. So we just bow our heads for a minute, please. Amen. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
We're now going to the third order of business, recognizing October 23 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Representatives from the New Orleans Health Department, leadership from the New Orleans Family Justice Center, Adriana Winfrey with Aaron's Nesting Place, receiving presentations from city leadership, service providers, and advocates working to bring greater awareness to available domestic violence resources, identifying the causes of domestic abuse fatality and methods for prevention, as well as wraparound services for survivors of domestic and intimate partner violence.
Hi, well, first, thank you for being here, to all of the advocates who work in the space of domestic violence. I was just talking to Councilmember Thomas, and obviously he and I and the entire council are just really just incredibly shaken up and just sick over what happened on America Street and how three children's lives were lost. And you know, earlier I was in the back talking to Councilmember Harris, and you know, I know the advocates say this all the time. I know Dr. Avegno says this all the time, and I've been saying it since I was in the legislature till I was blue in the face, as has Councilmember Morrell, but just so often it still seems like domestic violence is not taken seriously. And that when a victim says, I need help, it means they need help, and they need help right now. And let me tell you why I bring this up. I bring this up because I'm concerned about the timeline of the calls that were made by the children's mother just a couple nights ago. By looking at a variety of different pieces of information, everything from, you know, getting information from NOFD to NOPD news releases, things like that. The mother called 911 at 11:55 p.m. Okay, she called 911. Myself and Councilmember Harris have listened to her 911 call. She specifically says that he is going crazy. My children are screaming. He is threatening to set the house on fire. My children are inside. I'm trying to race there to get there. And the call taker at that time says, a unit will be dispatched as soon as possible. Okay. Now, the mother calls back. I'm sorry, y'all, but like, this is a lot, okay? The mother then calls back. She said, is someone there? Are police there? Can you tell me, are my children okay? The call taker asked, do you have any new information on the situation? She says, no, I'm still trying to get there. Are my children okay? The dispatcher again says, a unit will be dispatched as soon as possible, okay? Now, the mother's initial call was at 11:57. Looking at the neighbor's Ring camera from across the street, it shows that the father was walking out of the house at 11:57. Okay, at 11:57, it shows him coming out of the house, okay? Now, there is another 911 call that comes in later. This is now from a neighbor. I don't have the time of this call, but this is now from a neighbor who is now calling, saying, there's a house on fire. There's a house on fire. We need the fire department here. Now, it isn't until 12:09 that NOFD tells me that they were dispatched, and they arrived very quickly. They got there within 5 minutes. They got there at 12:14 a.m. And it isn't until they get there that then NOPD gets dispatched, and they too get there within only just 5 minutes. So my question is, why at 11:55 wasn't fire and NOPD dispatched? Because you know what? If they got there within 5 minutes, they would have been there around 12:01, just a few minutes after that father had left. Maybe the circumstances would have been different. And I'm sorry that, you know, I'm feeling this kind of way, but like, yo, we just went through Asia Davis. Asia Davis called and said, my boyfriend beat me up. My boyfriend beat me. He beat me with his cell phone. He just left. Police show up 12 hours later. She's not there. Asia Davis calls back another day. She says, I just got beat, you know, the same thing. It's my boyfriend. This happened to me again. Police show up 13 hours later. She's not there. Well, guess what happened on the third call? It was a body. It was Asia Davis's body because she was murdered. We just had a vigil for her last night. So how long are we going to just say, you know, that's just domestic violence. You know, it's just being exaggerated. You know, I mean, it's not worth sending somebody right now. People are being killed. Women, children are losing their lives. And let me just be very clear that people who are perpetrating this type of violence in their homes are also doing it in our streets. So if we took domestic violence maybe a little bit more seriously, maybe we'd have a safer city. So this is Domestic Violence Awareness Month. And I'm incredibly grateful for the advocates who are on the ground trying to prevent this and trying to help survivors. And I'm incredibly thankful to Dr. Jennifer Avegno and her team in the health department, who's been doing tremendous work in this area and who has come to the council repeatedly for additional resources to help in this effort. And the council has answered every time with whatever she has requested. So with that, I know that you have a very serious report to give us, and it's actually on fatality review on what you are seeing with domestic violence and fatalities occurring in our city. And unfortunately, you have now 3 more victims to add to your list. So with that, I will turn it over to you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Moreno and the council for having us here today. Unfortunately, very timely, and I will just say we appreciate all of the work that our partners do, and we appreciate the support that the administration and council have given, because I think there is a shared awareness that when there is no greater return on investment than the one that you make in families and children, particularly at their most vulnerable times, we need the entire system to share that as the highest priority. And so if treating this as the public health crisis that it is can help us all collectively get there, then that is what we hope our role will be. We are going to present some pretty serious data, also some hopeful data, courtesy of our partners here at FJC. So we do want to highlight that there is a lot of work happening from the city end, from our partners, and so we really want to encourage everyone, please continue to reach out. The danger of what you're talking about, Councilman Moreno, is that folks feel like there is no help. And that is a real feeling, because many of our residents have been let down for so long, but we want to highlight today, if that's what people take away today, that those of us who are working in this space are doing everything possible, and we will not rest until the highest goal of our criminal legal system, of our social service system, and of our city is to never have a tragedy like we did before. So I'm going to turn it over to Hope Levins from our domestic violence unit, who is going to give you all updates on some programs and reports.
Thanks, Dr. Avegno, and thank you, council, for having us here today. Obviously, it's with an extremely heavy heart that we're here and honoring the lives of the 3 children that we lost yesterday, and just hoping to highlight the work that we all have worked towards over the past several years to support our families and our children will be highlighted. And I really want to highlight the work of the FJC and Aaron's Nesting Place, and they'll talk more about their services so that folks who need help know where to go get that help. So definitely want to be sure to give them their time as well. But just to highlight a few programs with the New Orleans Health Department, we coordinate our Blueprint for Safety program, which is our criminal justice response to domestic violence here in New Orleans. And we coordinate a few working groups to highlight those high-level issues and figure out as a team how to better serve our survivors in our city and come to them with a trauma-informed and victim-centered approach. We also have an Office of Violence Against Women grant, our Children and Youth Prevention grant, focused on supporting families with young children ages 0 to 3, and coordinating with the maternal health programs, our WIC and Healthy Start programs, and the New Orleans Family Justice Center to support those families who are at a really great risk. We also coordinate our Firearms Transfer Task Force, which coordinates getting firearms away from those who are prohibited from possessing firearms. And I'll talk a bit more about our amazing advocacy initiative response program and our New Orleans Domestic Abuse Fatality Review team. So last year we reviewed 2020 incidents. So all domestic homicides that occurred in 2020, we reviewed, and we came up with characteristics of what those cases look like and what our recommendations were, not only for policymakers and government agencies, but for our community as well. So in New Orleans, there were a total of 10 domestic abuse fatalities that occurred in 2020. That was increased by 50% from 2019. 2 of those cases were rooted in intimate partner violence, with 80%, so 8 cases being rooted in family violence. And something to just kind of highlight there is, intimate partner violence being that classic coercive control on folks who are experiencing abuse in their intimate relationships, and that family violence aspect, including those who are related, either cousins, grandparents, parents and children, who, and I'll talk more about this, but who were experiencing turmoil or unhealthy behaviors in their family relationships, and that led to a domestic fatality occurring. So just some takeaway characteristics are that half of domestic homicide victims were killed by an individual using a firearm. That's compared to 30% of victims being stabbed and 20% who died by blunt force trauma. A majority of domestic homicides occur in the victim's residence. So that around 70% of those cases we know occur in the home or in the residence of a family member, with 30% occurring in public. Children were present at 30% of these incidents, and other individuals were injured at the scene in 30 incidents, knowing that other people are impacted by these homicides who are just witnesses and bystanders. The highest prevalence of incidents occurred in the 5th district in 2020, followed by the 4th. And we know that these incidents are have only increased since 2020, and we'll be talking more about those as we continue to review those cases going forward. Some contributing risk factors our team really wanted to highlight that, a lot of these cases kind of encompassed or were root causes to some of these homicides in 2020. We found histories of escalating violence and histories of domestic violence in general in these cases. We found access to firearms, which we know increases the risk of lethality for those experiencing violence in their homes. We saw a lot of cases with folks who were experiencing untreated or unmanaged serious mental illnesses, and families who were stretched to the limit with what resources that they could actually provide them. We see folks who were struggling with substance abuse and reaching out to resources that could help them with those. We saw repeated intervention by law enforcement, which we also know increases the risk of lethality in these cases, and previous strangulations, which can increase the risk of lethality 750% for those experiencing domestic violence. And we also saw such housing instability. We know that 2020 was the year of COVID, and we saw people struggling with how to house each other and how to coexist within small housing units. So to start off, I really wanted to highlight the recommendations that we had from our team, and looking at these cases and honoring those and thinking through how we could prevent those types of cases from occurring in the future and how we can support families in our community. So we really wanted to highlight that there was limited programming available to implement conflict resolution prevention programming. We would love to see implementing a comprehensive evidence-based conflict resolution program that includes a community mediation for those who might not fit into the box of intimate partner violence, but still would really love resources to de-escalate or to support their community members. And mentioning too that conflict resolution training includes just that, and resources specifically tailored for community members trying to navigate conflict. We found that there are limited resources available to provide non-criminal responses to mental health crises. And we wanted to support community-based interventions that respond to those crises and increase funding for providing direct services to those with untreated or unmanaged SMI. And provide support in the form of counseling, financial assistance, and case management to family members who are caretakers of adults living with serious mental illness, who often feel like there's not a lot of support for them. And I want to highlight, NOHD's Mobile Crisis Intervention Unit, who has been doing the hard work to respond to these cases ever since June and has been trying to provide that support to families immediately. We also have limited resources available to provide services for those experiencing family violence. So we want to expand support programs for adult family members experiencing family violence, offer training, again, to navigate those conflicts, provide counseling services and case management services, and offer family safety planning and resources for housing stability. I want to highlight our recommendations for government agencies, which include strengthening and enforcing firearm transfers from prohibited possessors and promoting safe storage practices through public awareness campaigns and gun lock giveaway initiatives. We want to enhance protective order processes. We know that they're there and that they work and that research shows that protection orders can protect people, but we want to enhance those processes so that victims feel comfortable getting those protection orders. And we want to also work to centralize the criminal justice database system. We know that that can lead to a bunch of different data outcomes and a bunch of miscommunications between agencies. We want to work with the Office of Criminal Justice Coordination to ensure that the Justice Tech overhaul is comprehensive and efficient and supports those who have domestic violence cases. And we want to implement strategies to increase the speed of addressing domestic abuse cases within this justice system, including dedicated dockets, intervention courts, units, and streamlined processes. We want to improve services for those living with substance abuse. Again, providing those people with access to treatment and counseling. And we want to enhance or encourage collaboration between domestic violence service providers and the Department of Children and Family Services to ensure the safety and well-being of children in domestic violence situations. We also want to advocate for enhanced resources for families and children experiencing domestic abuse, including access to things like affordable childcare and respite services. Lastly, we are in front of our policymakers, so wanted to highlight the recommendations our group made for policymakers today. In 30% of these fatalities, an immediate argument precipitated a lethal event. Again, really stressing that we want to increase funding and support for conflict resolution programming, support public awareness efforts related to promoting that, and also efforts to promoting bystander intervention and to let the community know how to support their neighbors and community members experiencing domestic violence. Again, highlighting that in 20% of cases, the suspect lived with untreated and unmanaged serious mental illness. So allocating resources to improve access to mental health services and supporting policies that encourage proactive responses to mental health concerns. In 20% of cases, we had a suspect previously returned to a home with a family member they had a violent relationship with. We want to develop policies and programs that provide housing options for those experiencing violence in their home, including the person accused of harm, so that the onus isn't always on the victim to have to leave. And we want to support short and long-term stability initiatives that address housing needs for individuals affected by domestic abuse, including increased rental assistance, hotel stipends, and transitional housing programs. Just want to highlight real quickly, we're forever improving the domestic abuse fatality review in collaboration with the Louisiana Department of Health's domestic abuse fatality review. So a few things that we'll be working on is enhancing our records request procedures, enacting interviews with impacted family members, improving our language of our reports to be person first and more cohesive, and also improving contributing risk factor identification so that we can look at all of the contributing risk factors and provide even more robust recommendations. We're going to continue to review 2021 incidents this year, and we will continue to participate on the Louisiana DAFR panel as well. I was just there yesterday reviewing cases that occurred that were all pregnancy associated. We're going to review 2022 incidents during deep dives during sessions scheduled next year, and we will continue releasing annual reports to provide recommendations for improving our response to domestic violence, along with all, I think it's over 30 members of our fatality review team. In a hopeful response, and something that we want to highlight on a more hopeful note today is our amazing advocacy initiative response program that we collaborate with the New Orleans Police Department, the Orleans Communications District, and our New Orleans Family Justice Center team. And I want to highlight the first year pilot program that we initiated in the 3rd district and the results of that program. So for those, we've presented on this before, just want to give a quick overview. There are programs and intervention for domestic violence to increase victim safety, provide linkages to resources, and disrupt violence in the community. When NOPD responds to a domestic incident in the 3rd district, they then either issue an arrest warrant or they document the disturbance. From there, our AIR advocates review police reports and actually initiate the contact with those victims, either through email, through phone, through text message, however we can get in contact with them. And then they discuss safety plans, resources, and referral options. Within the first year, so May 22 to 23, AIR advocates attempted contact with 897 domestic violence cases that occurred in the 3rd district. We reached over a third of people within 4 days of an incident, spoke directly with identified victims in over half of cases in which contact was initiated, and provided follow-up to victims who have been involved in subsequent cases. 21% of these cases we found involved addresses with repeated cases. So we had an advocate reach out every single time they called for support. We were still reaching out. 2 huge statistics that I really want to highlight that I'll have my colleague Demetrius speak more about in a little bit is that 79% of victims who were engaged requested referrals for community resources, showing that the need is there. We also had 46% of victims who were referred to the FJC actually came in to follow up for services. Our AIR advocates attempted to reach victims by phone at least 3 times after receiving the contact information. And again, we were able to contact and engage with over half of those people. And just to highlight, we were able to utilize Language Line for those victims whose first language is not English. And we were able to work with DCFS to
conduct any mandated reports for 30 incidents. So I'm going to turn it over to Demetrius for a second to talk a little bit about some precursors she found for these incidents, to highlight some risk factors, and also to talk about referral outcomes.
Good morning. My name is Demetrius Rayford. I'm the air triage advocate trainer at the New Orleans Family Justice Center. And as Hope said, I'm going to pick up on the pilot outcome precursors and adjust the risk factors. So some precursors were air advocates identified arguments or verbal altercations immediately preceded law enforcement responses in 57% of cases. Air advocates documented law enforcement was called to assist a victim with unwanted contact from the individual who had caused them harm in 20% of cases. Air advocates documented that in 14% of cases, law enforcement was called to assist with custody dispute, and in 13% of cases, they were called to assist with property disputes. So some risk factors in the pilots were air advocates identified risk factors associated with increased risk of lethality in 471 cases. And in 96% of these cases, advocates identified a previous history of domestic violence or histories of domestic disturbances. Some additional risk factors included 4.9% where there was a current or recent pregnancy, children being present in 16.8%. Possession of a firearm was in 16.5%. There was strangulation in 13.4%. Substance use in 12.9%. Other weapons in 12.5%. Violation of a protective order in 9.1%. Recent breakup being 7.5%, and mental health being 6.4%. Some referrals from the pilot outcome is overall 46% of victims who receive referrals to the NOFJC followed up to engage in services such as case management and counseling. Over half of the victims who followed up to engage in services completed an intake with the NOFJC for the first time. 22% of victims were previous NOFJC clients who were re-engaged by an air advocate and came back to re-engage in FJC services. 71 new child clients received services at the NOFJC. I'm sorry.
And I just want to highlight one of the needs that has really come out of this tremendous work. This is one district. Thanks to the increased investment last year that the administration and the council made, we have been expanding, and we are now in the third, the fourth, and the seventh, and the plan is still to be citywide by the end of the year. So this is going to be citywide, and you can see how much work it entails. But when you identify the needs, you have to be able to meet the needs. Right. And one of the needs identified was in the legal aid category. Southeast Legal Services has been a trusted partner. They do a lot of work in this area. And I believe they're going to be coming before you to ask for an increase specifically to serve the increased number of people from this program. So I just want us to be on record as saying we fully support that. It is working. When you get almost 50% of people who are contacted to follow up, that is tremendous. It doesn't sound, it's not 100%, but in work like this, 50% is batting it out of the park. So we want to make sure that when our team at Family Justice identifies the need, they have the appropriate resources to connect them to.
Yeah, and to kind of build on that. So as Dr. Vegno mentioned, we're expanding to all NOPD districts. We actually just started in the 1st and 8th districts as well, and went out to give those patrol officers some roll call training, which was really, really well received. And working to further expand into the 2nd, 6th, and 5th districts. So working alongside my Family Justice Center colleagues, we're doing the work to get this message out to the patrol, get this out to the community, and actually start following up with those phone calls. We're coordinating with the Mobile Crisis Intervention Unit and the Law Enforcement Assisted Diversion programs because we know that we're going to see overlaps in cases, and we want to coordinate as best as we can and be as collaborative as we can to meet the needs of those people. And again, as Dr. Vegno mentioned, we're collaborating with service providers and supporting the funding for enhanced services because we know that it's amazing that they'll be at the New Orleans Family Justice Center. They'll be going to Aaron's Nest, but we also want to support any other services that they're being sent to so that they're receiving wraparound care. I think I'll hand it over to the FGC and Aaron's Nesting Place next.
Okay.
Whoever'd like to go next, go ahead.
Good morning, and thank you for just bringing awareness to domestic violence. This work is not easy, but just knowing that we are able to provide services and assist some survivors makes it just a little bit better. We have prepared a presentation just to highlight some of the services that we offer and to also present some stats comparing last year this time in October to 2023 this time in October. So Misty Fry will be presenting those stats. Well, about the agency, of course, the New Orleans Family Justice Center is a partnership of agencies dedicated to ending domestic and family violence, child abuse, sexual assault, and stalking through prevention and coordinated response by providing comprehensive client-centered empowerment services in a single location. Some of the services that we offer is a 24-hour hotline. That number is in this presentation, but it's 504-866-9554. We do offer emergency shelter, and we have 2 transitional housing annexes. We offer case management, risk assessment, and safety planning, individual and group counseling, holistic healing activities, which includes yoga, Reiki, massages, acupuncture. There's an art group and drum therapy, advocacy, medical, criminal, and civil legal services, such as services provided through SLLS, as Dr. Vegno mentioned. There's the NOPD sex crimes unit, who is also located in the same building with us. We offer education and employment services, forensic services. There's a Hope Clinic that we do have on the first floor that offers primary care and any forensic services. We have a SANE nurse on site. There's community education and a teen outreach and prevention program. And as was just presented, the advocacy initiated response program. Some of the partnering agencies, of course, is NOPD, the city, the sheriff's office, Tulane, SLLS.
Good morning. So I'm going to take this opportunity to go over some stats that we do with survivors at the FJC. These are numbers that's provided by survivors that's actually came into the agency and that completed intake. And we also have a rollover of numbers of survivors based on our 2022 and 2023 year. However, with the strangulation assessment, we have been tracking those numbers since 2013. And as you can see in 2016 on the paper, but we have been tracking since 2013, but on the paper, we go back to 2016. But in 2022, the total number of survivors with new intakes can you see the spike was 3,043. That's coming right out of our COVID pandemic. That is a lot of survivors that walk through the doors of the FJC. And out of those numbers, 1,475 were brand new intakes. And out of that number, 831 completed a danger assessment. And then out of that number, 527 say yes to they were choked. The strangulation assessments that were completed was 131. The New Orleans Family Justice Center is survivor centered. We encourage every survivor to come in that say yes to being choked to complete the strangulation forensic interview. Again, it is their choice if they want to do it, but we highly recommend that they complete that forensic interview so they can learn about what actually happened at that time when they were being choked. 100 survivors had more than one symptom from being strangled. So to the danger assessment, based off of the survivors that actually came in, these were the answers that they provided. These are some very high risk factors that we have to look at. And these are survivors, which some of them have never really called the police. They are actually walking in and they're saying this is happening to them. So out of those 3,043 in 2022 that completed the intake, the danger assessments were 491 was an extreme danger. They scored high. That's using the Jackie Campbell danger assessment. 128 scored severe danger. And an increased danger, to me, I know that number is low, 108, but that increased danger should be your most alarming one. We know the extreme danger, they are in danger. They may die. But that 108, you don't know, you're uncertain, you don't know the behavior pattern, it cannot escalate and it can very well escalate very quickly. So they are in danger. They need safety planning. They need safety planning very, very high priority, which we safety plan with everybody. We do a safety planning for every family, every survivor that walks through. But look at the numbers in 2022 with the high risk factors. Has he threatened to kill you? Out of the 831, 529 said yes. Have you ever been strangled or choked? 527 said yes. Does the abuser own a gun? 421 said yes. Has a weapon ever been used against you or threatened you? 412 survivors said yes. If you were ever threatened, was it a gun? 207 said yes. Has the abuser threatened to kill your kids? 165 said yes. Do the survivor believe he's capable of killing you? 664 said yes. Think about that. That's a lot. That's 2022. 2023, this is year to date. And we're still in 2023. We have had, with rollover survivors, we have 2,723. With our new intakes, 1,101 year to date. Has he threatened or she threatened to kill the survivor? 457, yes. Strangled and choked, 468, yes. Does the abuser own a gun? 376, yes. Has a weapon been used against you? 361, yes. If it was a gun, 207. Does the perpetrator threaten the kids? 86, yes. And do you believe they're capable of killing you? 574, yes. This week alone, we have seen so much trauma on the children. That's our secondary survivors. We have children in a hospital fighting to survive right now because of the impacts of domestic violence that they are inflicted upon in their home. So for a community, the 4 R's of trauma include realizing that this is a widespread impact, trauma, and understand the potential path for recovery. Recognizes the symptoms of traumas in clients, family, staff, others involved within the system. This is very hard and very stressful work. And it is very hard for the survivors trying to make a decision on whether they leave or whether they stay. It's so many factors that come into play for them to make that decision to leave. But when they make that decision, we need to be there and be their armor of support and making sure we helping them through that decision that they have made. Respond by integrating knowledge about trauma into policies and procedures and practice. We have to constantly train. We have to constantly understand how this trauma is impacting our community and how this trauma is impacting survivors. And what is the cause? What is the root cause? And resist. Do not re-traumatize. Do not re-traumatize. We cannot re-traumatize. Children who grow up in violent households can easily become the next generation of victims of violence or perpetrators. We teach a domestic violence awareness class every other Friday in partnership with the district attorney's office. It is amazing when you're teaching that class with survivors who are victims, when you provide them with the information on power and control, they don't really recognize the power and control until you put it in front of their face and you're going over that power and control wheel, that they fall into the category. It brings them to tears because that's their realization of how dangerous their situation is. So teaching them and educating them as well, what that looks like. Recognizing and responding to the special needs of children who witness domestic violence is essential in every effort to reduce and prevent the cycle of abuse. So the New Orleans Family Justice Center is in conversation because we want to expand our children's services. Of course, we have children's services, we have counseling, therapeutic services. We also do a Camp Hope for the kids, but we need to expand. We have to expand. So with our consultant, working with our consultant very closely, Ms. Mary Claire Landry, we're working to expand pathways for children exposed to violence. In 2022, we completed 241 new intakes for secondary survivors. Currently, in 2022, we had 698 active children receiving services. Today, we have 721. We have 122 that's actively in counseling services. In our Playland services, we have 301. And then Camp Hope, which is once a year in the summer, we have 45 participants. We need more kids to be able to have exposure and participate in this. So the New Orleans Family Justice Center would like to expand its children's program and its services by making sure that all individual children will have access to counseling for children who have been exposed to trauma or witnessing violence. Expand the capacity in our participation in Camp Hope. We want to provide monthly mentoring activities for children to set aside goals and monitor pathways to achieve their goals. And then we also want to offer alternative healing therapies for children to release their trauma held in their bodies and to teach children therapeutic strategies for dealing with stress and challenges. We also want to provide weekly opportunities for participating in healing therapies for children such as yoga, massage, play, music, self-defense, breathing, and etc. And we already went over the AIR numbers, so I'm not gonna go over that, but that just goes over what we saw at the New Orleans Family Justice Center. Our approach is that we listen. We never judge the survivor choices. We believe everyone can heal. We believe anyone and everyone can change with enough support and determination. We believe in empowerment, and we're here to restore hope and keep families safe. So connecting survivors to services, we have our main office, which is located at 701 Loyola Avenue on the second floor. Our contact number is 504-592-4005. We have our 24-hour emergency crisis line number, which is 504-866-9554.
Thank you. Ms. Winfrey?
Good morning. Hello, City Council and all the domestic violence supporters in the room. I am Closet Talk by Keisha Bowie. I am a survivor and supporter of Aaron's Nesting Place. Thank you for allowing us to present to the council Aaron's Nesting Place, a domestic violence and community advocacy ran by survivor Miss Adrena Winfrey. ANP was created in 2017 by Adrena Winfrey, our founder. Adrena was a previous hospital advocate volunteer with the New Orleans Family Justice Center, NOFJC, a part-time medical advocate with STAR, a previous PCAB member, currently a member of the Health Department's Domestic Violence Fatality Review Board, a member of NOVAS. Adrena hit the ground running in 2018, putting in the groundwork to get educated on domestic violence, getting into the community to access the need and to be a voice for the voiceless. Previously, Aaron's Nesting Place has provided a direct financial assistance to families, weekly talk show on domestic violence and community issues surrounding it.
She's advocated for community conversations with our government candidates during election times, group and one-on-one survivor consults, outreach at community events, having galas to honor survivors, providing safety, planning, housing, sometimes taking people into her own home. So, in providing needs to families, as well as previously opened a resource facility to provide wraparound services to the community. So much more attached to the information provided to the counselor is also a lengthy business resume for a track record of the amazing work of the organization. With bringing in such amazing resources, Erin's Nesting Place was also met with some challenges, resulting in the closing of the facility, but the opening of other pressing opportunities. Direct resources to a struggling community, a bigger push for capital to apply to the next plan. Mobile accessibility and continuing to be a strong presence online and a go-to for all areas of domestic violence in the community. Adrina's personal experience with domestic violence fuels her commitment to the mission of Erin's Nesting Place, and that is to provide support and advocacy to victims and survivors of domestic violence and on the walk to end the cycle of violence, as well as support other survivors who are on the same path of growth. She has worked to collaborate with other organizations in the community to provide a broader range of resources to those in need. Before you have a PowerPoint of Erin's Nesting Place scope of areas of community challenges and the Erin Nesting Place key focuses, but very quickly, I have had a gun pointed to my head by my now ex-husband. My youngest child has been punched in the head. My oldest child has been punched in the nose. So I am a survivor, and I encourage anyone else going through, don't be afraid. Just get the help, it's there.
Good morning, City Council. I'm here presenting as the leader of Erin's Nesting Place, but I would like to be received as a survivor. There are 9 types of domestic violence, and I've been a victim of all 9. My name of my business is Erin's Nesting Place because Erin was the name of a child that I lost during the process of a domestic violence. And so when you see me out in the community and sitting at this table, it's because my passion is fueled for my personal experiences. And I would be less than an advocate to not speak of the people who are not present here with us, who have been a victim of domestic violence, like Miss Asia Davis, like the children who we lost last night, and also like Miss Ruby Scott, who was also almost gone before the grand jury because she decided to help up for herself. I've been on both sides of the spectrum. I do have a PowerPoint that I initially wanted to present, but in the spirit of what's going on, I have to present as a survivor. When I came to New Orleans, I came here because there is a need. And sometimes we present it today in a very formal manner, but sometimes domestic violence is not formal. It's not cute. It's not an easy thing to do. It's not easy to go to tell people what's going on in your home. It's not easy to leave a comfortable home to go into the shelters that we have available. Sometimes things that go on with survivors or victims go on when these businesses are closed and people have no one to go to. And that's where Erin's Nesting Place come in, because my phone rings off the hook any time of the day, the night, my inbox, my text messages, and everyone that's serviced through Erin's Nesting Place is serviced through me. I don't have a team. I'm the grant writer, I'm the marketer, I'm the accounting. I started the business. I went and got my education through everyone. I collaborated with everyone. I didn't come here just as a newbie. I came and I collaborated. I got education through the Family Justice Center. I offered my support. I did the same with STAR. I did the same with PCAP. PCAP was my first marketing place because the NOPD needs to address what's going on in the city of New Orleans right now. I'm living in Dallas, Texas, and every day that I'm there, it hurts my heart because I'm there physically, but mentally I'm here in New Orleans. And am I being reached in Dallas? I'm there to move my business, but I'm also there to get the security and also to get resources to be able to properly handle the cases that I'm getting because I don't get that type of assistance. You know, it's not a domestic violence class that you can take. You can't get certified. I've been at every community college, I've been at every university, and the only lane that they have is for a therapist. And at some point, we have to meet people where they are.
Yes.
And at the time that I was going through this situation, this is not an ideal situation for some people that's living in this city. And then sometimes we are left with the situation of putting our lives in our own hands. It's either you live or you die.
Yes.
It's no really in between.
Yes.
And just as Councilman Moreno read that the call that the victim had on the other day, I was triggered. I have 10 police report numbers from when I was a victim that had never been untouched. And so if you would put yourself in the shoes of a victim that has called the police 10 times, what would your 11th time be? It's sometimes not to call the police, is to do what you need to do. And that's what's happening in our community. We're putting ourselves in front of our own situations because, to be honest, we don't feel safe. And I think I speak for a lot of people. We don't feel safe in the city of New Orleans. We don't feel safe in the hands of the NOPD. We don't feel safe in the hands of the administration. And I apologize. I love you all to death. And I think I've tried to support everybody who I've ever met. But we don't feel safe in this situation either, because sometimes we don't see the unity either. And love doesn't hurt. Sometimes I feel like people in our community, when it comes to domestic violence, they're giving back what they feel like they're given. Because if you're not really meeting us where we are, it's the resources that are needed. People are hungry, people are starving, people are going without jobs, people are doing the best that they can with what they have. And every turn that they make, their hands are being tied.
Yes.
This is a city of culture where we used to be able to go out and cook something and be able to feed our families. And now we're not able to do that, which we understand that change has to come, but we also have to be at the table of change. Because what you guys may see as change as lawyers and attorneys and people who are on the forefront, some of us are in the back looking. And it's like you're eating steaks in our face while we're eating dog food. So I do apologize because that wasn't the presentation that I had for the moment, but I
No need to apologize.
Okay, so as we stated, we're passionate about helping victims and survivors of domestic violence to rebuild their lives. I found the organization because I found myself in the same situation as everybody who I have serviced, looking for help, looking for needs to be able to provide for yourself. It's one thing to give people money to be able to get out of the situation, but it's another thing to give them the resources that they need so they can continue to help themselves. No one wants to be a puppet to a system. No one wants to be able to only be able to feed their kids if the system allows them to. Everybody wants to be able to have the opportunity to learn, to grow, and to expand their family, but to be met at where they are. I don't have a college degree. I apologize for that. You know, but what I have is the resources to be able to help my community. But I would like to have the same advantages for other people because everybody is not as bold as I am. Yes. To be able to stand up before other people, or when doors are closed, I'm still going to knock at that door. Other people will not do that. They will decide to go and take the easier route. And I'm sorry to tell y'all, about the right thing to do is the hardest thing to do.
Yes, that's true.
At Aaron's Nest in Place, we're just trying to expand our resources. So I'm an online presence. You know, we do our one-on-one services. I've opened up a facility that I did have to close because I didn't have the funding and the support to be able to keep moving forward. Everything that's done through Aaron's Nest in Place is funded by me. I don't have any outside sources, any federal grants, any other grants. Am I applying for grants? Yes, I am, but I also am a full-time worker. And so what I'm also trying to do is provide mobile services to the city of New Orleans for domestic violence. Not everyone can show up at the Family Justice Center. Not everyone can go to Tulane University, which they've offered their services to help us with legal services, with protective orders, and any of my clients that are trying to get divorces and things of that nature. But people are having a hard time just getting around. If you tell somebody, okay, I'm gonna send you to a shelter, how you expect them to get there? Right. Then Uber and Lyft is not the safe means of transportation. And then being able to be transported when you're not safe, because that person, as she read in the statistics, has guns. They follow you. They're waiting for you. They know where your mama, your family, where you work, where you go to the grocery store. They know everything. So how do we accurately and professionally and in a collaborative way get people to where they need to be in order to get them to safety? And one of my suggestions is to go mobile. I would like to speak with Dr. Avegno and work with the health department to see where we can put survivors in a place to be able to be there on site for other survivors, to be able to give them the resources that they need. Because sometimes help is intimidating. I'm gonna say it again, asking for help is very, very intimidating. And so we have to use every avenue we have to be able to reach each person that comes and asks for help, no matter how small or how big. Because I went from yelling with my mate, with my husband, to him dragging me on a carpet with my face being fried like chicken, and I had nothing left but skin and bone. And you want me to walk into a place and ask them for help when I'm too embarrassed to even say what happened? So I apologize that I didn't come, with the formality. But in the highlight of what's going on right now, I think formality is going out the window. So as a survivor, as a previous victim, and as the owner of Aaron's Nesting Place, I'm here to beg the city council to give as much resources and help and collaboration as you can to our organizations. We're all here together. We have people that's sitting also outside that's not at the table that have their own organization. And where does that fuel from? Them being a victim. And they're turning their pain into power. And so we have to learn how to try to find a way to be able to provide these services, to be able to help people, because domestic violence is killing people in this city worse than just regular violence. Domestic violence is the stem of everything that's going on in the city. So I'm here to plead to help, to provide any type of resource that you can to Aaron's Nesting Place, the Family Justice Center, and any other domestic violence organization as a survivor. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Winfrey, and you are 100% appropriate and no need to apologize for anything, okay? You were exactly what we needed. Thank you. Thank you to all the advocates who presented today. Thank you, Dr. Avegno, to you and your team. I'm happy to take any questions from the dais or comments. Down the line, okay, Councilmember Thomas, go ahead.
First of all, I want to thank you guys for the presentation, and to Adrena, maybe if they would have listened to you 5 or 6 years ago, when we did the show on WBOK, and you would use that medium to let New Orleanians in this region know about domestic violence, maybe we wouldn't be here now. I was the author of the city's first domestic violence law, right? But still nothing has changed. I remember when former Mayor Mark Montreal formed the Domestic Violence Task Force, chaired by Gil Clapillon and Julie Schwab Harris, but still nothing has changed. I remember in the 16th century in reading in England, where they said that domestic violence was a breach of peace. It was actually a crime against the society, not just the individual, but then men went to war. And then families were broken up. And then there was the Depression, and people were struggling to eat and survive and raise their families, and the domestic violence increased. Historian Harvey Grant said during the Great Depression that because of the Great Depression, that an increase in violence against women and children was on the rise. So notables throughout history have always accounted for, depending on what was happening in the society, right? And then New Orleans' own Lawrence Youngblood wrote a book called Raised in Violence. And so for this city, right, we've always dealt with the roller coaster, right? When it's trending, we'll invest in it, right? When it gets so bad that the business community and people who don't expect violence get uncomfortable, then we'll demand more police presence, more resources. And then when it goes down, we don't invest in those programs anymore. We don't invest in those people anymore. And then in this community, the indigenous people, the people who've been here, the majority population, have always been victims of violence and domestic violence. Adrienne Winfrey shouldn't have had to go on WBOK to say that 40% of Black women automatically throughout century experience violence, that they're 3 times more likely to be killed because of domestic violence. And then there is one tag that applies to Black women that I learned from you that people don't understand. The term victim blaming. When a poor woman or a woman from the African American community or an ethnic community is a victim of domestic violence, victim blaming is automatically from the family to the society. It's what did you do?
Right.
Right? And so that stigma still exists. So the question to us now is that, you know, just like mental health is trending now. Well, you know, when you grew up like we grew up, you saw people who were mentally challenged every day because your friend got shot in front of your door. Because your little brother saw his first dead body in the 2nd grade. Because you had a gun pulled on you because you was 12 years old and you was going to the store to get something from your mama and they wanted whatever change you had. But now maybe, Dr. Avegno, since this is trending now, we'll take a look at those communities where it wasn't trending, it was always an issue. And we always had to deal with it in silence and deal with it within our community. But hopefully now that because it's trending and the resources flow, when it goes back down, we'll just pray that the resources continue to flow. God bless you for what you do.
I'd also like to thank you, Ms. Winfrey, for your presentation. I want to let you know that when the call has been made or when the ask has been made, I think Dr. Avegno will confirm that the city council has been available and has provided resources in certain areas, and we will continue to do so. I want to thank the New Orleans Family Justice Center for the work that you do. Thank you for being there. The numbers are just staggering. And it's so unfortunate that years later, we're talking about the same thing that we talked about 20 years ago, 30 years ago in our city of New Orleans. There's so much that I can say, and Councilman Thomas said a few things, but I'll tell you this, when somebody shows you who they are, believe them.
Right.
Believe them. These guys who threaten people, I'm gonna just say, these people who threaten those who are vulnerable, who commit violence or who threaten violence, have got to be dealt with in a firm manner in our justice system. But they also need to count the counseling that is available to them. They need to take advantage of it. The incident that happened on yesterday, it was early in the morning, where 3 children died. The guy who committed that crime had threatened to burn his spouse or his partner before, for years. At the end of the day, it's difficult sometimes, but society is going to have to determine that the people who are threatening violence and committing violence are in fact really violent.
Right.
And they need to be, I'll use the word, set down. I understand the communications. I understand that we sometimes don't want over incarceration, et cetera, but the most important person who is out there is the person who might be victimized by the crime. I have been to balloon launches. I have been to church services. On Sunday, I went to the service at the cathedral where we recognize the families of victims of crime, the families who had lost family members to crime. And it was very sad to see a table full of faces of those who are no longer with us. And some of those, the majority of those, were probably domestic violence related. And when I say domestic violence, we look at domestic violence as a man committing a crime against a woman. But when you are threatening your children with death, then you are committing domestic violence also. And if there is a woman who threatens the man saying, I will kill you if you don't do this or that, that is also a form of domestic violence. Sometimes it's a difficult proposition, and I admit that I do ramble because this is a very frustrating issue. It has been going on for too long. But I'll tell you this, there can be no sympathy, There can be no quarter, there can be no understanding, there can be no tolerance of those who threaten violence against others and commit it. And if it takes more incarceration, if the Grimm's Law hearings, which we should be doing in every instance of violence against a domestic partner, if they result in more people being incarcerated, that may be the price to keep our citizens and our people safer. So I want to encourage us to recognize that you're not being mean, you're not being opposed to community, you're not being opposed to people when you talk about the need for a system to be stronger against those who are showing you who they are.
Right.
Those who tell you and do those acts of violence are telling you who they are. And I think that as a society that we need to be tougher and we need to recognize that there is absolutely, positively no excuse. There's a difference between an argument and a threat of violence. A big difference between I'm leaving the house, I'm going to watch the Saints game somewhere else because you and I can't get along right now. I'm going to kill you and I'm going to kill the children. I'm going to burn the house down. There's somebody who needs to go away.
Yes.
Thank you very much for your work that you do, Family Justice Center. And there is a lot that we have to do in the city of New Orleans, but we also have to recognize that we're going to have a different mindset to get some of the things done. Thank you very much for your presentation and whatever we can do. The City Council is available. Dr. Avegno, Family Justice Center, Silence is Violence, the District Attorney, the New Orleans Police Department, all those agencies that are involved. Let us know what we can do to help because we do take seriously the issue of domestic violence in our society. Thank you.
I want to begin by saying, Ms. Winfrey, you should never apologize. You showed remarkable restraint. I feel like we're here having the same conversation every year. And I can tell you, and I think I will never deign to speak for my council vice president, but I think she would allow me this indulgence. I've spent 10 years in the legislature with Council Vice President Moreno fighting for domestic violence reform. 10 years. 10 years fighting the NRA, fighting the Shooters Club, fighting the future incels of America. You're trying to make me less masculine because you're not letting me yell or beat my wife or children. You name it, they've been there fighting with us because the idea that women, children, victims have rights is offensive to them. And I'm sorry if I seem very triggered during this whole presentation. It's not because of y'all, it's because of the city. And I'm gonna be very candid. It is so, and I'm gonna break my own rule and I may occasionally a little curse word might slip out, but it is so goddamn embarrassing how bad this city is at domestic violence. It is embarrassing. It's not about, and I don't want to start an argument, but it's not about trends. It's about the fact this city does not and has never taken domestic violence seriously. When you talk about the work Councilman Moreno member tried to do to fight the NRA to take guns from domestic violence abusers, we had to fight them over years. And you look at places like Lafourche Parish, where Sheriff Weber has done it, and you've seen murders, domestic plummet in that city. Now you're talking about an area, it's a rural area that the NRA, everybody's an NRA car carrier, and he sat with us to fight the NRA and got reelected as a Republican with 77% of the vote. Again, he had the courage to do the right thing. And in this damn city, we can't get the guns out of people's hands. I'm so tired of the lack of Gwen's Law hearings in this damn city.
All right.
There is not a special force shield between New Orleans and Jefferson Parish where they have, what, 10 times, 100 times these damn hearings? Where lives could be saved. There is no priority by law enforcement and the judges to have the damn hearings. Those save lives. Because you advocates know separating people, taking away their guns saves lives. Making somebody sit in a jail for 2 or 3 days so we can make sure they're not gonna kill their wife and children saves lives. And all we hear every quarter is excuses why they can't do it. I will tell you, I do not spend much time getting involved in judicial races. But from now on, the first thing I'm gonna ask every damn person who wants to be a criminal court judge, are you gonna have a damn Gwen's law hearing when it's necessary? And it seems like there's always an excuse why they can't do it. We as a city have to take this seriously. Other parishes across the state take it seriously, and we see in real time the results. You guys need to be applauded because you step in the breach with, as you said, Ms. Winfrey, apparently a city that doesn't care.
Right,
Doesn't care.
right.
We have these hearings, you come up, you show up, you quiet as kept, sit through these hearings, you try to be forward thinking and positive. But you leave this city and you're like, it seems like everybody else in the state of Louisiana gives more of a shit about domestic violence victims than New Orleans does.
Right, right.
We've had so many. I remember, Councilman Moreno, when we had to fight because they wouldn't process rape kits. Rape kits for children. And it's just so frustrating and embarrassing that no matter how much work we did in the state, all the awards we got from every other parish about how we changed everything for the better, this city is so damn terrible at this. One last comment about that OPCD incident and that call and that delay. The direction of the Orleans Parish Communication District has been on a downward trajectory for a while. When we had the previous conversations in that room, when that young woman made 2 calls and the third call was when she was dead, all we kept hearing was, well, the calls were responded based upon the national average in the appropriate way. All we heard were these excuses about, well, we met the bare minimum. I say this often, and we don't say it enough. No one wants to take accountability for when they don't do their job.
True.
And the fact that the first thing we didn't see after that story was OPCD front and center saying, we messed up, here's what we're doing to make it better. The fact that they are still silent shows, I think this city, as a council, as a constituency, we're done with these dropped and awfully handed 911 calls. And there will be something done next session regarding the communication district because they are so far afield from their actual job that they have to be brought back in.
Right.
Thank you, Council Vice President.
Ms. Winfrey, that was a very enlightening presentation. And I didn't need a PowerPoint. You were very vivid in describing what happened. I got a very good mental picture. And to all the other ladies that presented today, thank you for your presentation. It's not easy to follow Councilmember Morel's comments, but I would say that I believe this council is taking domestic violence seriously. I take domestic violence seriously. I was always taught by my father, never hit a woman. I tell my son that, who's just 4 years old. And I believe we had more fathers teaching their children, both men and women, it's not okay to hit somebody. We'll be in a better place as a society as a whole. So just know that, again, we as a council is taking this very, very seriously. And I just can't wait to get to a place where this conversation is not needed as much.
Right.
So thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Councilmember King. It's always tough to follow Councilmember Morel and Councilmember Thomas, but Ms. Winfrey, I hear you. I have friends who are you. We have cousins who are you, both male and female. I'm not as doom and gloom as our president, JP Morel. I do think, as Councilmember King said, that we have, as a council, this council has taken steps to try to show that we're serious about domestic violence and sexual assault This council passed a budget that included clearing the backlog of rape kits that are just sitting in the state headquarters. And so that has taken place, and I thank my colleagues for supporting me on that. Council Vice President Moreno has been staunch in her advocacy for Gwen's Law hearings and her support of domestic violence victims. We're here for you. We're here for you, not just to say kumbaya, we're here for you because kumbayas don't work. We're here for you financially to say, we're here for you. So ask for what you need. We as a city need it. As Dr. Vigno often says and has said publicly and privately, children who witness domestic abuse become abusers.
Right.
They become the people who carjack our DA and his 78-year-old mother. So we need to make sure that we put a stop to violence in the home that leads to violence in the streets. And I don't ever want to hear my cousin, my friends go through the experiences that they have in the past. And I hope none of you do in the future. So thank you. Thank you for your advocacy and thank you for being here.
Good afternoon. I just want to echo Ms. Winfrey. Formality isn't necessary. You know, when you speak from the heart, it's way more powerful than what you have on the page or what's in here. So please keep on doing that because I think it means so much when you are brave and courageous enough to say out loud that you need help. I know it's both hard as a human being to ask for help, but it's also hard when you've been through tragedy as well. I think Keisha, you said something that sticks with me too, to be, and all of you are doing the work of being voice for the voiceless. I have to say now being in public office for almost 6 years, that's the thing that worries me the most is that people who have resources, people who have network, people who have agency, people who have money, they know how to contact somebody. They know how to move something to get something done for them. It's people who don't know where I should go, who I should call, what I should do, who I worry about more than anyone else. And I think Ms. Winfrey, you kind of tapped into it too, in that sometimes you can have a resource, but if you don't know it exists, you don't know how to get to it. Transportation takes you 2 hours to get from New Orleans East or Algiers to downtown, then we're not doing our job. And so I know Councilmember Morel was fond of saying, government shouldn't be so hard. I'd like to say it a little bit differently. We should make things easier for our residents. And so we remain committed to not only trying to fund, but how we can make this process easier for victims to know that we support them and to not only give them the resources that they need to be successful, but also how we break down barriers so they can achieve their own success. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Jeruso. And just in closing, I'll just make a couple points. One, the Family Justice Center talked about the stats when there's a firearm present. I just want to remind everyone that in domestic violence incidents, when there's a firearm present, the victim is now 5 times more likely to be murdered by the offender. And then we also talked about choking and strangulation. When there is choking involved, now the chances of the victim being murdered by the perpetrator increases by 750%. So that's why this city council, along with the health department, along with the advocates in front of you, have called for the district attorney and the judges to hold Gwen's Law hearings for all cases of domestic violence that include strangulation and that include aggravated domestic abuse battery when there is a firearm involved. We believe that these particular cases, there needs to be that additional risk assessment to understand how dangerous this person is and whether this person needs to be released on bail. And so that's what those Gwen's Law hearings do. Councilmember Morel talked about Jefferson Parish. Jefferson Parish holds roughly 100 to 150 Gwen's Law hearings every month on all their DV cases. The way that it works there is all DV cases are flagged for a Gwen's Law hearing, and the judge has to affirmatively remove one, but they're all already slated to have a Gwen's Law hearing. So that's why they have 100 to 150 every month. Here in New Orleans, we have roughly 15 a year. So that just tells you the complete difference on how we look at these Gwen's Law hearings. The district attorney has asked for the most severe cases to now get a Gwensaw hearing, and hopefully the judges will abide by that, because that will add added protection. Once again, thank you to all of you for the tremendous work that you do. Thank you, Ms. Winfrey, for being with us today. Appreciate you all. Madam Clerk, that concludes the presentation. What?
Council members, we're now going to go to motion M 23-494. I need other members on the dais, please. By Councilmember Morrell, authorizing and directing the council president to execute a professional service agreement with Datalytics LLC for a term of 1 year with up to 4 allowable 1-year renewals and containing such other provisions as may be necessary or desirable to accomplish the purposes of this motion. And the foregoing shall be circulated in accordance with the normal contracting process and rules of the city council. We need to suspend the rules to receive this motion.
I'll move. Can I get a second? Second by Councilman Druso. All in favor, say aye. 5 yeas, no nays. The rules are suspended. I'd like to also move to add the item to the agenda. Second by Councilman Druso. All in favor, say aye. Aye. 5 yeas, no nays. The item is added to the agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, I can speak about it now, correct, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Okay. This is our data analyst, Jeff Asher's company. They have reached the end of their contract, which is previously a 1 year with 4 1-year extensions. This simply, after an RFP, they were the only group that responded. This seeks to reacquire them for that purpose. Are there any questions, any comments? Hearing none, I will move to adopt the motion. Can I get a second? Seconded by Council Vice President Moreno. All in favor, say aye. Aye. 6 yeas, no nays. The motion is adopted.
What is that? We about to get to, you can go ahead and give it to me if you want. Council members, we now need to go to page 43. We have section 4-106, confirmation, superintendent of police. Consideration of the confirmation of interim superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick as the permanent superintendent of the Department of Police. The Government Affairs Committee voted 4-1 to forward this matter to the full council for final action with no recommendation of approval or disapproval. The deadline for council action is January 20th, 2024. The Government Affairs Committee had no recommendations.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. May I comment? Well, I'm gonna bring Chief Woodward to the table. I want to make our Chief Kirkpatrick. Chief Kirkpatrick, please come to the table. Mr. Montano, just in case there are any questions to the table. I want to invite any council members. We have some public comments, so I can invite council members to make comments now before or after public comment. Which would you prefer? Okay. Council Vice President wants to comment.
Thank you. I just want to have a comment on really what was our last presentation. You know, we've constantly talked about needing to take the issue of domestic violence seriously. And Chief Kirkpatrick, I haven't had the opportunity to ask you about that in particular. So I just wanted to get your take on what can be done to ensure that we have overall better response to assist victims in our city.
Yes. I wanted to thank you for giving me the opportunity. I can tell you that I shared
everything that I heard from this dais about domestic violence. Very much appreciated what we heard as well from our ladies here who presented for you. I am someone who genuinely takes the stand and will take very strong stance against domestic violence in this city. I will encourage each and every officer to have that mindset that we do take domestic violence seriously. We're going to police it. We will police it hard. And with respect to weapons, no place. Councilmember Green, your remark about people show who they are when they even begin the threat. That's the intervention. But all I can tell you is that that will be my position, has been my position. So these officers will be given and clear understanding. I expect enforcement and very strong enforcement and intervention on the front end.
All right, Mr. Green, you want to speak now or full comment?
Mr. Chair, I do wish to move that we appoint Ann Kirkpatrick as the Superintendent of New Orleans Police Department, but I would like to comment even before the comments come out, because it's important to recognize that I've attended meetings that discussed the national search for a police chief at a library and a community center. And there were members of the community there who were asked, what is your opinion as to what we need to see in a chief of police, in the chief of our police department? And comment and input was given. I also have attended multiple meetings at which Chief Kirkpatrick has spoken, whether it be the public safety meeting at the Mosquito and Rodent Control Board, where there were over 150 people present, whether it be at the Night Out Against Crime, where she spoke to anyone who wished to speak to her. And I've been to other meetings at which she's made a presentation and also made her cell number available to anyone who wanted to call and to ask any questions. We asked for a national search. I don't have any reason to feel that the national search was a tainted one. There were suggestions that the mayor was trying to push us in a particular direction. I don't have any reason to suggest that. But at this time, I'd like to move forward and recognize and remind us all of what the council did early this week. We have immense power as a city council to, if something doesn't go the way that we want it to go relative to employment or moving forward, we have the power to remove somebody from a position. I don't want to ever bring that up, as a possibility if it's not necessary. But at this time, I believe questions have been answered. I certainly know that members of the public have concerns. Some of them will be the same concerns that were expressed last time. I look to the opportunity to work with Chief Kirkpatrick on a long-term basis to get the work done that needs to be done relative to the New Orleans Police Department, recognizing, of course, as I always say, that to combat crime in this city, it involves much more than just the police. It involves just much more than law enforcement. It involves working with people where they are in their houses, providing services such as mental health, support for youth, addressing issues of truancy and the like. But if I can, I'd like to move to appoint Ann Kirkpatrick as the permanent chief of police for New Orleans.
Well, I see your motion. I'm going to hold it for a second. So we get these public comments and then we'll move forward with it. Do you have any comments you want to make before public comment? Chief Kirkpatrick?
I just have said all along that I have wanted this opportunity. I want to be here in New Orleans. If you should confirm me today, I will be all in on everything associated with the safety of this city, to embrace the culture, to embrace the traditions and uphold them. And so thank you for even allowing me to be this far in the nomination process. It's been an honor, regardless of the outcome of your vote today.
Thank you, Chief Kirkpatrick. First up, we have Mr. Mahdi. 2 minutes, everybody, since we're in a regular council meeting. So 2 minutes you have for each comment. 2 minutes. The previous meeting was a committee meeting, so we had less on the agenda. We have a large agenda today, so it's 2 minutes per person. It was 3 minutes last meeting. Reverend Ortiz.
Yeah.
Trying to get in 3 minutes now.
Go ahead, Mr. Mahdi.
All right, George Mahdi Neighborhood Unity and Merge and Apartments. You know, we're against this confirmation. This is just another attempt to whiten and gentrify the city and end the consent decree. And why is that? You know, there's a reason why the city's under the consent decree in the first place, unconstitutional policing. And we, you know, when you compare Jefferson, compare New Orleans, you know, we haven't had the problems Jefferson's had with unconstitutional police. Since the consent decree, we've had very little problems with police and the public. And, you know, this is something that is a direct effect of having the consent decree under us. We want to, you want to be tough on crime. You want these policies, but you're not addressing the problems that we need to do. And that's find the source of crime and look at it in the sense of what we need to do to provide opportunities for the young people, because they don't understand it. They have nothing to lose. This is something that is a product of poor government, society. They are victims of society, you know. And they're a victim of the educational system. That's something that, you know, your responsibility. They're a victim of the job market. They don't have jobs. If you don't have jobs, what you gonna do? You can't lock the people all up. You know, the jailhouse is full right now.
Appreciate you being here.
So get it straight and understand that we're not for this, and we're for something that's gonna improve the lives of people. You seen about the
Thank you,
domestic
Mr.
violence.
Mahdi. We appreciate you being
All right.
here. Reverend Ortiz.
Fast. So anyway, let me just say this first. I was the lady who started to get all these monuments down. It was me who started that in New Orleans. I know she was with the people who wanted them to keep them up in another state. Good evening, afternoon, everyone. And Mr. Kirkpatrick, I'm sorry to say that a number of people in this city want somebody from New Orleans to be our police chief. I know your car was stolen, and I know you're mad about it, Mr. Green, but that is not the side to take. Another thing is, those studies were done on Oakland and Chicago, and it was a mess. Young white people needed jobs in this city a few years back, and they sent them all around here and closed up the black people out, and they lost their houses, their cars, and then they served those children Ritalin. And that's the one got the guns right now, because they're nervous, they can't get that stuff, they've grown up, and that Ritalin is in their blood system. And now you're just saying they're just crooks. No, you better that to give those young white people jobs. And I don't know how this vote is gonna go. I know I'm a minister. I'm 83 years old, and I'm upset over this. Now, this woman is gonna come in our city. No, she done met with the Klan. No, she done met with everybody else. Not say trying to get us and mess us up with our children. My children went to college. Your children got positions. They're good boys. All my grandchildren. I got a medical engineer doctor and all in my family. And if anybody, the police come here, I put their hand and she fixed it up. I saw it in a vision. It was some filthy lucre. Y'all know what that is? Read Titus 1. Money is involved in this. And I don't want nobody sticking my children in no jail because they didn't do nothing. And neither do anybody else. And this is wrong. It is wrong. It's a curse on the city. It is a curse. And that's why she's here. Those white supremacists and that woman, they put this together. Nobody made the money she's gonna make. I don't like this. It's not real.
Thank you, Reverend. We appreciate you being here today.
God bless you all.
Ms. Brown. Anquinette Brown, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, everyone. My name is Anquinette Barnes.
There you go.
People have tried to distinguish whether I was white, whether I was a ghost or cartoon character. I am the Anquinette Barnes. They know I was black and female all the time. I have a lot of ideas and patents, some on the market. Ben Johnson sent to DOD, Department of Defense. I have yet to be recognized or even talked to. Okay, what I'm saying, Ms. Kirkpatrick said she come to end the consent decree. I don't think that's a good idea, because from what I'm hearing, the consent decree is here to monitor the police officer. If you omit the consent decree, then every crook that got off the police department probably will get back on the police department. Now watch, okay, first thing I said, I have seen imitation, children learn through imitation. Everything should not be imitated again. Experience is the best teacher. Everything should not be experienced again. We talk about Jim Crow and all that. Now watch you with the lady when the children had burnt up. And when I look, someone told me, when I look at the news, I seen a whole bunch of white people. And I'm like, where are the people that we can identify with? I seen one little black boy, he was in the front, then I seen him in the back and he was like peeping over. I'm trying to say that they're not giving you enough time for us to really see who you really are. Okay, and I feel more time should be given before any votes are taken. Now, the thing also is when you fix the your appointed people, who are your, have you ever spent time in New Orleans? Have you done anything in New Orleans? When you appoint people, where are these people that you're appointing from coming from? Are they coming from California, there, whatever? You know what I mean? Or are you going to help the still use the people here in New Orleans? And then every criminal coming from California, New Orleans, our children. It's like they're looking for an organ thing. They're killing our children, like they're harvesting organ, and they're using children.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. We appreciate you being here today.
Get our children written and give them white people jobs.
Mr. Larry Morgan, Mr. Morgan. After Mr. Morgan, we have Mr. Clark, Chewy Clark, after Mr. Morgan.
Hunter Brooks.
Yes. Good evening to everybody in the house, and I'm glad to see y'all here because this is a critical time that we must take seriously. It is a shame that you must come into our city against the dissent. Come on, leave me. It's a shame that you must come into our city and want to abolish the consent decree that was designated by our President Barack Obama. And the reason is to protect the people against the murder that you people did in California, and you covered it up. And you talk about you want to govern it up. You keep we know who you are. You come to this city for the money. It's a shit. It's a damn shame that you would pay $340 when the goddamn council don't even make that kind of money. It's a damn shame. And you know, and the man summons you because she's a part of California. And all that is about destroying our city. Go back where you come from, you Ku Klux Klan.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Mr. Clark, Chewy Clark, after Mr. Clark, W.C. Johnson. He's not present? Okay. Well, I'll always call if he comes back up. We'll let him come up. Mr. Johnson. After Mr. Johnson, we have Mr. Parker.
I would ask that you don't start the time just yet. Councilman Green made a comment.
Why would you not start the time?
Because I want an answer because you said this woman answered questions.
When she was here last week, the council asked many questions and she danced around and didn't answer any of them. So what questions did she answer? And what were those answers? Because we need to know.
You know, I've been to a couple of occasions where Ms. Kirkpatrick has answered questions that were presented to her on card, including forums, to be very honest with you, where some of the people who are speaking out now should have been present. It was well advertised that there was a public safety forum at the Mosquito and Control Board. It was well advertised that there was a night out against crime. Other instances to meet with Ms. Kirkpatrick have been available, and I'm sorry that the public didn't show and I showed. There have been answers presented, but however, your time should start, because that is simply your opinion.
No, I want to know who the consultants that she used.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Who are the consultants?
Mr. Johnson, please make your comments. Because other people are waiting behind you and everybody needs to get their time, so please go.
The New Orleans United Front has given you in writing a list of things that need to be done, basically because we realize that this is already a done deal. I mean, people who have nothing to do with the community made the decision that she was going to be the chief of police, so we're stuck with it. But we gave you 7 things: the formation of a citizens council to include grassrooted and non-professional people of New Orleans, the inclusion of youth groups to have equal voice and inclusion, full disclosure of all people working in and around the police chief, constant reassurance from the police chief that she is empowered by the people of New Orleans and not special interests. Full disclosure of why there is no report of the interim police chief's automobile accident and her not adhering to department protocol of being drug tested. The council placing benchmarks on conditions to her employment, and the council creating a structured approach for future selection committees. We need this as people and citizens. We need this put in place, and we need these caveats put on her with the appointment of her being police chief.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Parker, after Mr. Parker, we have Mr. Burnside.
Good afternoon. Ed Parker, 7802 Henley Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70126. Member of the New Orleans United Front. We've been here before. You just about have everything that we have a problem with, starting with that selection committee. Nothing can be done unless the community is involved. A pointed question to you, Ms. Kilpatrick. When will you make a solid commitment to meet with community people? And also, more importantly, we know you've met already with the business community, but what or who are the community people you've met with? Could you give us that? Who are the community people you've met with?
We don't typically do question and answers during
All right,
public
no
comment,
problem.
but I do think that it's appropriate to have Ms. Kirkpatrick provide some opportunity to meet after the confirmation hearing and answer those questions. If
Thank
she
you.
has time.
And also, we want a full explanation of the salary, the money package. And after 2 years, what kind of retirement package she will be able to walk away with.
Thank you.
Similar to what,
I'll get you that answer. My understanding, and Mr. Montaño will answer it. She's not entitled,
one more-
she's not entitled to a retirement package, as she's not she doesn't have the time to be in the city of
All
New
right.
Orleans.
one last, question, please. What's the plan for adequate policing in all of our districts? Because had we had adequate police protection, maybe what happened recently would not have happened.
Mr. Burnside?
Hi, Barry Burnside, 2215 Felicity. I'm going to cheat a little bit and I'm going to assume that Ann Kirkpatrick's going to be elected here in a moment to her position. And I'm going to take 2 minutes to talk to her about white collar crime. So white collar crime here in the city exists, and white collar crime exists in my neighborhood. I have a 1609, 1611 South Liberty, which is a crack house. And obviously the crack house is owned by an LLC, which was sold to an LLC, which was sold to an LLC. Because apparently there's a housing credit tax agreement with Louisiana Housing Corporation in which the crack house at 1609, 1611 is eligible basis at $450,000. I will eat a shoe in public if the crack house at 1609, 1611 is actually worth anything remotely close to $450,000, either before it is renovated, after it is renovated, or any other time in the next 4 years. People make money off of us. People habitually make money off us. The Girard Loan Company made money off of the 1500 block of Reverend John Raphael Jr. Way, where built new construction was allowed to be crack houses for over 3 years. It was cleaned by Wisdom money paid for by the mayor. And when the lady who came to clean it said she'd never seen such mess in her entire life because the entire bathtub was completely full of human waste and needles. The Girard Loan Company in New York is owned by a billionaire, and they bought loans from the failed First NBC Bank for 10 cents to the dollar and have made a lot of money off our neighborhood. So while we're throwing young black boys in jail because they didn't have an education, maybe we can find a few old white men to go with them.
Do we have any online comment? Okay. How many comments? 4? Okay, just read all 4. Thank you.
First comment is from Robert T. Bechelder, who says, "My name is Robert T. Bechelder, and I'm a retired homicide detective from the New Orleans Police Department. I retired in February of 2018. I watched the governmental affairs hearing on October 11th concerning the appointment of interim police superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick to the position of superintendent of police. The following are some of my observations and thoughts. The International Association of Chiefs of Police screened the candidates who applied for the position and narrowed the list down to 6 semifinalists. A committee made up of political and civic leaders then narrowed the list down to 3 candidates. These candidates were then interviewed by Mayor Cantrell, who selected Ann Kirkpatrick and forwarded her selection to the council. I believe all steps outlined in the selection process were followed. During the hearing, I heard many councilors voice opinions that they were surprised that Captain Michelle Woodfork was not selected candidate for the position. It's my understanding that the mayor, the city council, and the citizens of New Orleans wanted the most qualified candidate to be selected to be superintendent of police. I believe the Mayor Cantrell, after reviewing the recommendations of the International Association of Police Chiefs of Police and the panel of civic leaders in conjunction with her interviews, has presented that candidate to the council for approval. I heard the councilors repeatedly question interim superintendent Kirkpatrick as to whether or not she would be a shadow chief of the mayor as regards to hiring, firing, promoting, et cetera, of her personnel. Interim superintendent Kirkpatrick stated that she considered herself to be a public servant and that she would listen to all opinions. Interim Superintendent Kirkpatrick was emphatic in that she is an independent woman and that there is only one chief of police, and it is confirmed. And if confirmed, she would be that person. She further stated that if any of the council members thought otherwise, then she urged them to not confirm her nomination. I believe that response should have adequately addressed your concerns. Lastly, I heard members of the council express a desire to create and approve an additional deputy chief of police position specifically for Captain Michelle Woodfork. I firmly believe that the superintendent of police should have the ability to name his or her command staff within any influence, without any influence imposed upon them by either the mayor or members of the council. I feel by the council creating a position for a specific individual is doing exactly what the council members are concerned about with regards to the question of a shadow police chief. After listening to interim superintendent Kirkpatrick's responses to the comments and questions from the council members and the public, I feel she's the right person at the right time to be the superintendent of police for the city of New Orleans. I wish to express my thanks to the members of the council for taking the time to read and reflect on my observations and thoughts. The next comment is from Oliver Fletcher, who says, while I'm not physically here, I am here today to express my unequivocal support for Ann Kirkpatrick as the next superintendent of the New Orleans Police Department. Her appointment as interim superintendent represents a remarkable opportunity for our city, and I believe that she is the right person for the job. Ann Kirkpatrick's extensive career in law enforcement, spanning more than 2 decades, is a testament to her dedication and leadership in this field. She made history as the first female chief of the Oakland Police Department, where she demonstrated her ability to lead and implement positive change in a challenging environment. Her impressive resume also includes work with the FBI and a law degree, further underlining her qualifications. What truly sets Ann Kirkpatrick apart is her leadership experience in multiple departments, both at the local and federal levels, makes her well prepared to address the unique challenges our city faces. Her tenure as the bureau chief in Chicago and as the first female chief of Oakland, both under federal oversight, showcases her ability to navigate complex situations and bring about positive change. As we prepare to appoint the first permanent female chief to lead the New Orleans Police Department, we have an opportunity to make history and set a positive example for future generations. Ann Kirkpatrick's leadership will not only bring a fresh perspective, but also reinforce the principles of justice, equality, and accountability that our city holds dear. In closing, I urge each of you esteemed members of the City Council to vote in favor of confirming Ann Kirkpatrick as our next superintendent. Her experience, dedication, and unwavering commitment to strengthening the bond between our police force and our community make her the ideal candidate for this crucial role. Let us move forward together under her leadership to build a safer and more unified New Orleans. Asada Alugabla said, I strongly object to the council approving Ann Kirkpatrick as the next superintendent of police. I was born and raised in New Orleans. I was forced to leave after Katrina and have been living in Oakland, California since 2007. Ann Kirkpatrick's time in Oakland was a disaster, especially African-American. I attended many city council and police commissions meetings where she was constantly on the hot seat for failing to hold officers accountable for misconduct. She was also failing with coming into compliance with the negotiated settlement agreement. This is why the mayor fired her. She had no Black officers on her executive staff, and she had no relationship with the Black community in Oakland. She never responded to 2019 Black officers grievance letter. New Orleans deserves better. And the last comment is from Lindsay Edwards, who says, I have felt that the decision to hire Ann Kirkpatrick as the new superintendent of police was the right choice from the start, and it made me hopeful for the future of our city. I got a chance to meet Ann in person at a neighborhood engagement event last month and was even more convinced that she's the right choice. She certainly has my vote, and I encourage the council to vote to confirm her today as well. That's it for the online comments.
Thank you. With those online comments concluded, I will allow council members to make a final statement before we hold the vote. I will go from right to left. So Councilman Thomas, would you like to make a comment?
That wasn't for Kevin Costner.
Okay.
Yes, that was my idea. They went for DOD and I'm.
Okay. I will make a final comment as I am the author of the motion. What's that? I'm going to make a comment before we have the vote. Today completes the council's first confirmation process. It's certainly been a learning process. We collectively sought the national search for the position of superintendent of police. We collectively sought a public national search for the position of superintendent of police. We got a national search, but not a public one. There was not an open invitation extended to the council to participate in the process. and the public certainly was not included. The charter confirmation process doesn't require the council to be included, and to be honest, that inclusion shouldn't be mandatory, but it is unfortunate that members of the selection committee didn't require public participation, as had they done so, many of the concerns raised by the public would have been addressed before the selection was made. That being said, we can only judge the qualifications of interim Superintendent Kirkpatrick on the information provided, as well as public comment from the confirmation hearings held by the Council Governmental Affairs Committee. Chief Kirkpatrick made herself available to the council after her interim appointment and actively engaged in the confirmation process. I appreciate her for making herself available, and I appreciate her for setting expectations on what other appointees will experience when they are nominated by the mayor. We collectively wait for a nomination for the Department of Public Works from the administration and look forward to a timely confirmation process when that occurs. I want to personally thank everyone that participated today. Having these confirmation hearings is a new part of the process of selecting the people in the highest offices in the city of New Orleans. I want to remind everyone that before the public granted the council this authority, what you would have experienced is what we've experienced for the last 50 years, which is there would have been an appointment made and we would have all found out after that person ascended to that role. So regardless of the outcome, the fact that we have a process that requires public engagement and requires that comments be put on the record for or against someone involved means more transparency and more accountability. And as Councilman Green just stated, the council has authority on both ends of the spectrum. With the power granted by the citizens of the city, we now have the ability to confirm someone, and we have always retained the ability to remove someone who is a non-civil service appointed official. That is my comments. Mr. Green has made a motion to which he is seeking a second. All right, so I will second Mr. Green's motion. Please vote your machine. Oh, Mr. Russo seconded the motion. Please vote your machines. 5 yeas. Wait, there's 7 members who didn't vote. Doesn't want to vote. Okay. 6 yeas, 1 nay. And Kirkpatrick is confirmed to be the superintendent of the New Orleans Police Department.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Y'all train people who put y'all in office, and I'm gonna call on them to vote against y'all, because today, what's considered a decision, everybody that the mayor put in the city, what they did, he did nothing but try to destroy this city, and that's what Kirkpatrick gonna be. But God's gonna be merciful, and he gonna protect our people. Yeah, we'll find here, you devil, Ku Klux Klan. Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Now lead this to your conscience to remind you of the people, the person who they had. Continue to work for because she was black. I need to remind y'all of that. If we put y'all in office,
The consent agenda, we're on page 4. We have a communication from Aaron Spears, Chief of Staff and Council Utilities Regulatory Office. This should be marked received. We have a communication from Gilbert Montano, Chief Administrative Officer, City of New Orleans. This should be marked received. We have a communication from Jonathan Harris, Chief of Staff to the Chief Administrative Office, City of New Orleans. This should be marked received. We have a communication from Jennifer Avegno, MD, Director of Health Department, City of New Orleans. This should be marked received. On page 6, we have a communication from Chantel Hebert McGee, 302 Pelican Avenue. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date, November 2nd. We have a communication from John Garner, attorney, Hale Duvall, 332 South Diamond Street. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date, November the 2nd. We have a communication from Lynette Gordon, Spectrum Design and Engineering LLC, 2417 Eagle Street. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date, November 2nd. On top of page 7, we have a communication from Zachary Smith, owner, Zach Smith Consulting and Design, 8337 Hickory Street. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date, November 2nd. We have a communication from Anita Curran, Council Research Officer, City of New Orleans. This should be marked received. We have a communication from Carrie Colton, PhD, Mosquito, Termite, and Rodent Control Assistant Director. This should be marked received and referred to the Public Works Committee. On top of page 8, we have a communication from Michael D. Ballard, Jr., AIA NCARB, 8500 Spruce Street. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date, November 2nd. Communication from Alexander Adamick, M. Arc, AIA NCARB, 3530 Carondelet Street, 1641 Fusher Street, and 1645 Fusher Street. This should be marked received. We have a communication from Tony Alfortis, AIA NCARB, Principal, Mats Barrier Athens Architects, 1060 Magazine Street. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date, November the 2nd. On top of page 9, we have a communication from Latoya Cantrell, Mayor, City of New Orleans. This should be marked received. We have a communication from Matt Torrey, Director, Department of Sanitation, City of New Orleans. This should be marked received. We have a communication from Matt Torrey, Director, Department of Sanitation, City of New Orleans. This should be marked received. On top of page 10, we have a report of the Executive Director of the City Planning Commission. This should be marked received. We have ordinance calendar number 34,395 by Councilmember King, 807 Esplanade Avenue, 1404 through 1414 Bourbon Street, zoning docket 5123. We have ordinance calendar number 34,396 by Councilmember King, 1238 through 1240 North Robinson Street, zoning docket 5323. We're on top of page 11. We have ordinance calendar number 34,397 by Councilmember Harris, 2501 through 2537 Tulane Avenue, 2500 through 2520 Bank Street, zoning docket 5423. We have ordinance calendar number 34,399 by Councilmember Jeruso, 301 Adams Street, zoning docket 5923. On top of page 12, we have ordinance calendar number 34,400 by Councilmember Green, 1301 through 1303 Poland Avenue, zoning docket 6023. Ordinance calendar number 34,401 by Councilmember Harris, 917 Terpsichore Street, 6123 zoning docket. On top of page 13, motion line over 423, 463 by Councilmember Jeruso by request. The questionnaire was received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. Motion line over M23, 465 by Councilmember Jeruso by request. The questionnaire was received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. On top of page 14, motion line over M23, 466 by Councilmember Harris by request. The questionnaire was received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. Motion line over M23, 467 by Councilmember King by request. The questionnaire was received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. On top of page 15, motion M23, 482 by Councilmember Moreno. The questionnaire was received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. We have resolution R 23, 491 by Council Members Morel, Moreno, Jeruso, King, and Thomas. The Utility Cable, Telecommunications and Technology Committee recommended approval. Those are all the matters on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Burnside?
Michael Eric Burnside, 2215 Felicity. Brain doesn't 100% work anymore, but I think this is the third time I've come up here to mention the existence of a couple of utility poles on the corner of Felicity and Magnolia. Complex situation involving all kinds of emails that just sort of stopped and dribbled away, and that's the end of that. So nothing's changed. I was up there this morning to double check. You've got two utility poles. One's brand new, one's old. The old one's rotten. They're tied together at the top with some rope. The old one has some city traffic lights on it that are the excuse AT&T is using to not do anything, and it's a legitimate excuse. It's completely legitimate. It'd be nice if the traffic lights were moved. It was nice if a city of 400,000 people had somebody in it that could move a traffic light. It seems to be somewhat of a complex situation. According to the emails that I've read, the city apparently doesn't move traffic lights itself. It has a contractor to move traffic lights. And apparently the contractor doesn't respond to emails and or does without my name on it. So I have no idea what's going on. But whatever it is, nothing's changed. We've got two traffic lights. We have the power for the traffic lights and we have the AT&T cables all sitting there along with the utility poles. So I guess I'll just say it would be really nice if somebody from the Council Utility Regulatory Office, because it does not involve the administration at all, as I have been taught, were to contact one of the public utilities and see if maybe something could be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. All right, it's been moved by Mr. Green for the consent agenda. I'll second. All in favor on consent? We don't have, I'm missing a quorum, sorry.
I'm here. Yes.
Who didn't vote? Jody, did you vote? Oh, you can't vote. Okay, sorry. So it's 5 yeas, no nays. Ms. Harris is a yay.
We're now on top of page 16. Council members, I have communication from Kong Vu, accountant, New Orleans Police Department, City of New Orleans, submitting a proposed agreement between the City of New Orleans and the administrators of the Tulane Educational Fund, a completed contract summary form, and the related motion pursuant to Rule 57. We need to, this may be received and referred to the Criminal Justice Committee. We need to suspend the rules to receive this communication.
All in favor? 5 yeas, no nays. Moved by Green, seconded by King. The machine kind of worked.
Now we need to further suspend the rules to add.
Councilmember Moreno moves, seconded by myself. All in favor, say aye. 6 yeas, no nays. It is added to the agenda.
We're now,
Can read it, right?
we have the HDLC appeal of 3530 Carondelet Street, 1641 Pusher Street, and 1645 Pusher Street. This matter has been withdrawn at the applicant's request.
So ordered.
We're now on top of page 17.
Try to get in on my stuff.
We have a legislative grouping, the VCC appeal of Loretta Catherine Harmon, President, LK Harmon Architects. Requested to appeal the Vucare Commission's decision of denial to retain painted brick and mounted gas heaters for property located at 711 Burbage Street. We have motion M 23-493 by Councilmember King, granting the applicant's appeal request for property located at 711 Burbage Street, provided that the property owner pay any and all fines associated with the unpermitted installation of the balcony mounted gas heaters and painted bricks.
So give us Freddie. Freddie, you got one comment card.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. VCC at the floor.
Yes, thank you. This is an appeal of the Vucare Commission's denial of a proposal to retain unpermitted paint applied to previously exposed natural brick and attached exterior gas heaters on the blue rated building at 711 Bourbon Street. This matter was heard at the June 21st, 2023 VCC hearing, at which time the VCC unanimously voted to deny both issues. The brick masonry of this blue rated building of national architectural significance has remained unpainted since it was constructed circa 1800. VCC design guidelines and preservation best practices do not allow applying paint on previously unpainted masonry as it can trap moisture and prevent the wall from breathing unless the masonry surface is severely compromised, at which time a water repellent coating might be approved. Due to the prevalence of moisture in our climate, it is imperative that brick masonry be allowed to transfer moisture. Otherwise, it will deteriorate and eventually fail. Painting previously unpainted historic brick, as in this case, can damage the historic masonry, alter the visual characteristic of the building, and or obscure the craftsmanship of the masonry, including its color, texture, masonry, and or joint patterns, all of which the VCC is charged with preserving. There are techniques which should be explored by the applicant to determine if the illegal paint could be removed without damaging the historic brickwork. When asked at the commission hearing, the applicant stated that they were opposed to this without even being open to exploring options. They stated that this would damage the brickwork. However, this is not based on any actual investigation and is merely an assumption. They should be required to provide a test patch demonstrating this as fact, if that is to be a determining factor of retention. At the VCC hearings, and why portable ones which are recommended did not work, the applicant responded that the heaters were hung so that they wouldn't take up floor space. Commissioner Toombs asked if the proper gas lines were installed, and with proper approval, the applicant responded that she was not familiar with whether or not permits were obtained from the mechanical department, but no VCC permits were issued. VCC staff has subsequently determined that no mechanical permits were ever applied for or issued. This constitutes a grave life safety issue and a fire hazard. As such, council should require that they be removed immediately. VCC staff has reported this matter to the Department of Safety and Permits and hopes that action is also taken from that department. As the unpermitted painting of the masonry has the potential to retain moisture within the brickwork, which would then lead to damage and even failure over time, and as the balcony mounted heaters were installed without benefit of Department of Safety and Permits review and approval, which could result in life safety concerns, VCC staff respectfully recommends denial of this appeal.
Thank you, Mr. Brock. We have a comment call from Mr. Tony Stafford Jr.
How you doing, sir? My name is Tony Stafford, 4901 Trenton Street, Metairie, Louisiana. In response to the VCC, we actually did provide a sample area.
Closer to the mic, please.
We actually did provide a sample of trying to remove the paint off of the building. And we sent it into the VCC as well through email. And the owner decided that it would be damaging the building more so than helping the situation. Also, I want it noted that the paint wasn't purposely painted. We have stucco on the first level. The painters painted the first level. We had the interior of the building, which is also brick, was also painted. The second floor of the building got painted as well. It wasn't intentional. It was during COVID. So.
So, Councilman Harris, would like you to explain further detail how the building was accidentally.
Did you not have anyone on site?
Well,
supervising papers?
I was actually on site. I had COVID during the time when it was being painted. Just to give you some back, if I have time, I don't know how much time I have, that's why. So during COVID, just so everyone understands, we hired our entire staff back. We didn't use contractors. We are contractors, so we hired our staff to give them a job because everybody was out of a job during COVID. We provided the VCC on the outside of the building, the paint samples, we got it approved. It wasn't like we was purposely trying to paint something behind somebody's back. We got all the colors approved on the outside of the building, which we painted the scheme of the building. All of the bricks inside the building were painted the same color as the stucco was getting painted on the outside of the building. So I missed about 2.5 weeks during the construction process. They painted the building, they painted the second floor. I guess they went from the first floor and painted the second floor. The second floor was bricks on the outside of the building that wasn't supposed to be painted. But while there was painting the inside bricks, that are the same bricks, with the same color. So that's how it happened.
And you said you tried to remove the paint from the bricks. Did you provide that to the VCC?
I did. Maybe Mr. Bryan hasn't seen that email.
He's shaking his head.
I'm not aware of that. I did not see that email if it was submitted.
I can forward it to the council. I actually did provide that email. I had samples of different techniques. I worked with Mr. Nick which was assigned to the process, with the VCC. And I sent them samples. The owner, after looking at it, it damages the bricks, the mortar more so than helping the situation at hand. The paint on the building is breathable. If we can paint the inside, which is the same bricks, the color that we have, then the reality is the outside, it's not hurting the outside. As a matter of fact, ever since it's been painted, it's been 3 years now, I've never had to put new mortar or anything in it, but it's actually held up nicely. And it's actually cleanable now.
Okay. All right, thank you. Any comments? Mr. Burnside. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Corey Burnside, 2215 Felicity. I wasn't going to say anything, but I worshiped with Quakers for 10 years. And I worshiped in Philadelphia with Quakers for plus or minus half of that. And Quakers in Philadelphia have really old meeting houses. Multiple hundreds of years old, and they're very proud of them and they maintain them. And I walked around and listened to some old Quaker talk about bricks one day. And it was interesting to listen to him discuss how past mistakes had come to harm current conditions. So back in the 70s, they used a mortar that included Portland cement. Turned out the Portland cement is actually tougher than the brick. So what happens is when your roof has a little leak or your window has a little leak and a little moisture gets in your walls, it doesn't leak out through the mortar, it leaks out through your brick. So over decades, your brick basically disappears instead of your mortar disappearing. So the mortar was made softer than the brick deliberately so that it could be repointed and replaced. So the harder you make the surface, the more the inside falls apart. So in this case, I don't think the VCC is trying to be big brother and harm some property owner. I think they're trying to use their expertise and say, hey guys, things will work for 17 years really well and you'll be able to clean everything and it'll look beautiful, but give it 35, you're not going to have a building.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. I do have a couple of questions for Mr. Stafford. You can come back, Stafford. What was the process in which you tried to remove the paint and how long ago was it?
So it was some type of stripper that the VCC recommended that we use. We tried it at different ratios and whatnot. We actually took blue tape and we did sections of the building and we provided pictures and took a picture of the product that we used for that process. And like I said, we sent it in. It deemed for us it was doing more harm to the bricks and the structure as opposed to just leaving the paint on there. And I want to add that if anybody took a chance of walking through our building, we keep it immaculate. I probably have one of the nicest buildings on Bourbon Street.
And you said it caused damage. What damage did it cause to the product?
Like when you're putting these type of chemicals on it, you're pulling mortar off. You're pulling, you're putting chemicals on the bricks that's actually trying to pull a layer of brick off of it, and then you're scrubbing it off. So it's I can assure you it's more damaging to take the paint off versus leave the paint on.
Thank you, Mr. Block.
Thank you.
Rebuttal to that?
Yes, I am not aware that this was, that they did go through this process. I'm not disagreeing with him, but it wasn't provided to us for our commission hearing. In fact, they told us that they weren't interested in doing that. There are products that we do recommend for painted masonry such as this that are intended for this very purpose. And there are protocols that one should follow that do not cause excessive damage to bricks. And this is something that happens all the time when people paint masonry. If the proper protocol isn't followed, you'll damage the exterior surface of the brick, the fire surface, which is the hard shell that is what we want to be retained. So if they had conducted this, I would have wanted to see it on site. And if we had seen it on site, we might have agreed with them and we would have been able to say, you're correct, this is not going to work. And then we would have had a different, outcome at our hearing, but this is the first time I'm hearing of that. So, it's just a matter of working together and knowing, let's take a look, is this a thing? And sometimes then we say it's too late, we can't do anything about it, and you have to retain it. But that's just the information that I have.
Okay, thank you. And as far as the heaters, I'm sorry, Mr. Stafford, I may need you to come back to the mic. as far as the heaters, what are the purpose? Well, I know the purpose is to keep people warm. Can you explain the heaters?
Yes, so the heaters are actually seasonal. We didn't make it fixed to the building. They're hung by chains. Very similar to how you would hang a planter from a balcony. It's the exact same process. It's a chain that's going over and it attaches on itself from underneath the balcony. The heaters only go up during the cold season. As a matter of fact, it's cold right now. It's not up yet. It's not cold enough. We only put it up temporarily. And then once it, it's deemed necessary to where we don't need any heat in the courtyard, we take it down and we move it offsite. So, and then we put our planters back up. So it's not something that's screwed into the building or anything like that. There's a flex line that runs from the heater into the gas line. And to speak on the mechanical, he was the new mechanical inspector came out and I met with him personally and he reviewed the gas lines and all and said they were perfectly fine. And he liked everything he saw. And then to say that the building was never inspected, Rudy, the old inspector, inspected the building while I was physically there. So that's also not accurate, but maybe the VCC isn't aware of that, but that's what happened. And actually, we just met with the new inspector just recently because the VCC sent them out, and I was physically at the building and did the walkthrough with him. And he actually stated you don't understand why they would want them to take it down. And I explained to him that they don't want them there at all. I take them down out of respect.
And where are the heaters? Are they on the sidewalk in front of the building?
No, sir. No, sir. So it's only for my courtyard, heating up the courtyard. So I have a huge open air courtyard that people enjoy to have, lunch or dinner in. And it's mainly set up right there on the balcony to provide heat for customers in our courtyard, open air courtyard.
The block you have in there, sponsor that.
Yeah, we're very much in favor of people having heat for exterior dining. We recommend they be portable and not mounted to the building. And like I said in my report, at the time of the report, we were concerned that these were unpermitted and we did not want there to be a fire hazard because they were mounting gas heater lines without inspections and permits from safety and permits. So if they have since obtained those permits, it's less objectionable.
Thank you. Have you've been fined? Has a fine been levied?
So we actually have been fined from the VCC, and I'm willing to clear out those fines.
How much are the fines?
I'm not exactly sure. I want to say what's upwards in the 4,000 range. I believe.
Just a block in the idea how much are the fines?
I don't have that information.
All right. This time I'm going to grant the applicant's motion with a request that you pay the fines and get the fines paid within a week.
Yes, sir.
All right. Do I have a second? Second by Councilman Moreno. 5 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
On top of page 18, the legislative grouping, University Area Off-Street Parking Interim Zoning District Appeal of Emmanuel Christian Rock Solid Construction LLC, requesting to appeal the parking requirements established by the University Area Off-Street Parking Interim Zoning District for property located at 8713 through 8715 Apricot Street. Motion M23-485 by Councilmember Druso, granted and approving the applicant's appeal for property located at 8713 through 8715 Apricot Street.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is a renovation of an existing fourplex in Holly Grove. The property lost its non-conforming use, so developers are simply creating 2 units. It has been vacant and in poor condition for some time. Now each unit will have 4 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. So I move to approve motion M23-485. It's been seconded. 5 yeas, no nays.
We're now on top of page 19. We have a legislative grouping, University Area Off-Street Parking Interim Zoning District Appeal of Kelly Johnson, AIA, KK Johnson Architecture, requesting to appeal the parking requirements established by the University Area Off-Street Parking Interim Zoning District for property located at 7705 Willow Street. We have motion M 23-486 by Councilmember Jeruso, granting and approving the applicant's appeal for property located at 7705 Willow Street.
Thank you. Move for approval. This is an existing 4-bedroom, 1.5-bath house. The owners want to remove a bedroom and add a bathroom. So it'd be 3 bedrooms, 2.5 baths. There's already an existing driveway with off-street parking. So this is kind of what we're looking for in that neighborhood instead of the double storms. Waiting on one more. There we go. Councilmember Harris's machine is still down.
Okay.
So please note her as a yay. Thank
Okay.
you.
On page 20, we have a legislative grouping, University Area Off-Street Park and Interim Zoning District Appeal of Michael D. Ballard Jr., AIA Corp., former LLC. Requested to appeal the parking requirements established by University Area Off-Street Parking and Interim Zoning District for property located 8414 Coin Street. Motion M 23-487 by Councilmember Jeruso, granting and approving the applicant's appeal for property located at 8414 Coin Street.
Thank you. Move for approval. This is an existing 5-bedroom, 3-bathroom house. The applicants want to remove a bedroom and add a bathroom. The home will be separated to a larger space for a family and a single bedroom unit for renters. To provide housing for 2 families near public transit playgrounds. Moved and seconded by Councilmember Green, Councilmember Harris. Yeah, I know, we know where you are. Just your machine is, we know. 6 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
On top of page 21, we have a legislative grouping, University Area Off-Street Park and Interim Zoning District Appeal of Michael Moore, requested to appeal the parking requirements established by the University Area Off-Street Park and Interim Zoning District for property located at 1517 General Ogden Street. Motion M 23-488 by Councilmember Jeruso, granting and approving the applicant's appeal for property located at 1517 General Ogden Street.
I'll move for approval. This is an existing 3-bedroom, 2-bath, single house. The applicant is asking for a small Camelback, which will add 1 bedroom and 1 bathroom. The home has several minimum property violations in the past. These renovations will put the house back into commerce, adding another housing unit to the city and District A. So I've moved for approval. Second by Councilmember Green. 6 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
We're now on top of page 22. 8500 Spruce Street has been deferred to 11/2. On page 23, council members, I'm not going to read this. This has been on the agenda, but I will read, I'm not going to read the zoning docket, but I will read the motion because the zoning docket is lengthy. We have motion M 23-490 by Councilmember Moreno, approving the applicant's amendment request on zoning docket 5523, subject to the modifications to the CPC staff report.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I know you're not going to read the whole thing because it's certainly lengthy. Members, this is the solar zoning docket. Thank you. We're just making it easier for there to be solar installations throughout the city. And even though the docket's incredibly lengthy, that's pretty much the simple concept around it. I don't know if you all have any presentation around it, but no.
We can present if you want, but up to you.
I think it's pretty quick and easy. Leah LeBlanc, come on up.
Hi, my name is Leah LeBlanc. I live on Oak Street. The Greater New Orleans Housing Alliance and Housing NOLA support the approval to expand the definition and use standards for community solar opportunities with CPC's provision added to not limit said opportunities to utility companies like Entergy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. LeBlanc. And also just another point here on solar, in particular community solar. We do have a docket so that we actually make it more favorable to invest in community solar. That's coming up in the climate committee. I believe that's as early as next week. So I just wanted to let you know about that. And we've been working a lot with Together New Orleans on that particular piece as well. So come on Tuesday when we have our meeting. Thank you. All right, with that, I'll make a motion to adopt. Seconded by Councilmember Druso. 6 yeas, no nays.
We're gonna say it's 7 because.
Oh, 7. Sorry, Leslie. Thank you.
Okay. We're on top of page 25. Zoning docket 5623 has been deferred to November 2nd. On top of page 26, zoning docket 7023 has been deferred to November 2nd. Ordinance calendar number 34,277 has been deferred to November 2nd. On top of page 27, ordinance calendar number 34,294 has been deferred to November 2nd and referred to the Budget Committee. Ordinance calendar number 34,295 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,266 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate unspent funds to the law department for various state settlement and judgment payments and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. And there is an amendment by Councilmember Jeruso. On page 1, delete line 11 and insert the following in lieu thereof. Miscellaneous program, 3,342,817. 7998 intergovernmental transfers, 600 grants, contribution and fund transfer, 3,342,817. That is the amendment.
Thank you. This is just to match what we've done already with respect to law department's budget. And then Madam Clerk, I'm going to ask you to go back to item number 12 too, because it's the companion ordinance as Mr. Swinzik's pointing out. So I'll move on the amendment. Second by Councilmember Green. Seven yeas, no nays on the amendment. And now the ordinance as amended. I'll move for approval. Second by Councilmember Green. Seven yeas, no nays. And may we go back to item 12, please?
Councilmember, does that one have an amendment or is? it
No,
good?
no, it's good.
Okay.
Only 13.
We will go back to ordinance calendar number 34,294 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,265 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate unspent funds to the law department for various state settlement and judgment payments and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you. I've moved for approval. Second by Councilmember Moreno. Five yeas, no nays. Six. Yeah, 6 yeas, Councilmember Green. Thank you. Oh, 7 yeas. There we go. All good.
But now on top of page 28, a legislative grouping, all matters. Ordinance calendar 34,308 has been deferred to November 2nd and referred to the Quality of Life Committee, as well as the amendment to ordinance calendar number 34,308 has been deferred to November the 2nd and referred to the Quality of Life Committee. On top of page 29, All matters, ordinance calendar number 34,314 has been deferred to November 16th. Ordinance calendar number 34,347 has been deferred to November 16th and referred to the Economic Development Committee. On top of page 30, legislative grouping, ordinance calendar number 34,363 by Councilmember Harris. An ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit a standard restaurant over 5,000 square feet in an HUMU historic urban neighborhood mixed-use district on square 581, lots A and B in the 6th municipal district bounded by Ferret Street, Upper Line Street, LaSalle Street, and Valen Street. Municipal address 4730 Ferret Street, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto, zoning docket 2223. We have an amendment to ordinance calendar number 34,363 by Councilmember Harris. Number 1, on page 6, after line 116, insert the following additional provisos. Number 9, the developer shall develop and implement a system to secure the entire property to prevent access to the property when the business is not open and operating by erecting a fence, walls, and gates of sufficient height and robustness. Additional security measures shall be employed as an as-needed basis to prevent access to the property when not otherwise open to the public. Number 10, the developer shall strictly comply with the city's noise regulations and shall adopt policies and procedures to prevent sound from being heard or felt by surrounding neighbors, including providing surrounding neighbors with current management contact information to immediately address any complaints related to excessive sounding emanating from the business premises.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I've moved to amend. Can I get a second? Councilmember Jeruso, seconded. 7 yeas, okay. And I will move as amended, and just as an explanation, we passed this motion several months ago approving this development because it was on deadline. However, the developers needed more time to work with the neighbors to ensure the project is appropriate and sensitive to the neighborhood. So now we are coming back at the ordinance level to require additional security measures, noise abatement, and engagement with the neighbors. I would like to thank the neighbors and the property owner and development team for working together on this and coming to us holding hands. Is there any online comment? No public comment? All right, I'll move. Seconded by Councilmember Jeruso. 6 yeas, thank you.
We're now on top of page 31. Ordinance calendar number 34,383 by Councilmember Jeruso. An ordinance to amend and reordain section 154 through 1194 of the Code of the City of New Orleans relative to the perma facie speed limits to add the portion of Harrison Avenue between Canal Boulevard and Orleans Avenue at the reduced speed of 25 miles per hour and to provide otherwise with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is to lower the speed limit as the ordinance says. A couple of things. First, this area is a little bit different because there are 4 schools within this proximity. There are 2 school zones within this proximity. There is public parking in the middle of the neutral ground. And because of the heightened traffic and people and pedestrians and motorists, there has been an outcry to slow down this area for a long time, culminating with somebody being hit at the corner of Canal Boulevard and Harrison. The other thing I would like to know is DPW asked us to delay this a little bit so they could do a study. And when it came back, it showed that motorists were already doing 25 miles per hour in this area anyway. So that seems to suggest that lowering the speed limit is aligned with how people are conducting themselves. I know there's one online comment, Ms. Curran.
This is from Brad Ott, who says, I felt that the decision to, go on. Here we go. I'm in support of ordinance calendar number 34-383 that would reduce the speed limit from 35 miles per hour to 25 miles per hour along a stretch of Harrison Avenue. This change will add immeasurably to the safety of all roadway users, but especially the most vulnerable ones, including pedestrians and cyclists. Following this change, I urge the city council to hold a meeting with the Department of Public Works to confer about lowering such speed limits citywide, especially along boulevards and major arteries in residential areas, as well as congested commercial areas.
Thank you. I also, just before we vote, like to thank the schools, businesses, and the neighbors who are all aligned and asking and pushing for this. So I've moved. Second by Councilmember Harris. 7 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
On top of page 32, a legislative group in all matters, ordinance calendar number 34,385 has been deferred to November 2nd. Motion line over M23-426 has been deferred to November 2nd. On top of page 33, all matters, motion line over M23-427 has been deferred to November 2nd. Ordinance calendar number 34,393 has been deferred to November 2nd. On top of page 34, ordinance calendar number 34,398 is being withdrawn. Ordinance calendar number 34,419 by Councilmember King by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and Foundation for Louisiana, collectively referred to as parties, for a term greater than 1 year for the public purpose of providing fiscal sponsorship for the National League of Cities, Southern Cities for Economic Inclusion initiative, of which the city of New Orleans is a part, as more fully detailed in the CEA form as Exhibit A and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I make a motion to adopt. Second by Councilmember Jeruso. 6 yeas, 7 yeas, the motion is adopted.
We're now on top of page 35. God bless you. We have ordinance calendar number 34,426 by Councilmember Jeruso. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,265 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate unassigned funds balance to the city council to provide additional funding to support council contract initiatives regarding investigations and a utility appeal hearing process, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Couldn't have said any better. I move for approval. Second by Councilmember Morel. 6 yeas, no nays.
Ordinance calendar number 34,427 by Councilmember Jeruso. An ordinance to amend an ordinance number 29,266 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate funds to the city council to provide for use of fund balance to support council contract initiatives regarding investigations and a utility appeal hearing process, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I've moved for approval. Second by Councilmember Harris. Six yeas, no nays.
At the bottom of the page, ordinance calendar number 34,428 has been deferred to November 2nd. We're now on top of page 36. Ordinance calendar number 34,430 by Councilmember Harris by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into amendment number 2 to a previously executed cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the Downtown Development District of the city of New Orleans relative to infrastructure improvements and enhancement in the Downtown Development District to extend the term thereof for an additional 2 years as more fully set forth in the amendment number 2 form as Exhibit 1 and made a part hereof and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I've moved. Seconded by Council President Morrell. 6 yeas. Thank you.
At the bottom of the page, we have ordinance calendar number 34,431 by Councilmember Green by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into amendment number 4 to a previously executed cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the University of New Orleans relative to the restoration of the city's infrastructure damage as a result of Hurricane Katrina, including roads, the stormwater drainage system, water distribution line, sanitary sewer collection line, and America's with Disability Act, ADA compliant curb ramps, all in furtherance of the Joint Infrastructure Recovery Recrest Program. To modify the provisions thereof is more fully set forth in the amendment number 4 form as Exhibit 1 and made a part hereof and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Fellow council members and the public, that description is pretty appropriate and also gives all the information that we need, but I emphasize that this is the 4th amendment, so the 3 previous amendments have worked out well. The city is working with the University of New Orleans to do infrastructure repairs that go back as far as Hurricane Katrina. I move for approval. Is there a second? Seconded by Council Vice President Moreno. Members, please vote your machines. All in favor? 6 yeas, no nays. Thank you very much for your support.
We're now on top of page 37, all matters. Ordinance calendar number 34,432 has been deferred to November 2nd and referred to the Budget Committee. Ordinance calendar number 34,433 has been deferred to November 2nd and referred to the Budget Committee. On page 38, ordinance calendar number 34,434 has been deferred to November 2nd and referred to the Budget Committee. Ordinance calendar number 34,435 has been deferred to November 2nd and referred to the Budget Committee. On top of page 39, ordinance calendar number 34,436 has been deferred to November 2nd and referred to the Budget Committee. Ordinance calendar number 34. Is Councilmember King? Right in here. I'll go to the next.
Just go to
page.
34 real quick.
On top of page 40. Ordinance calendar number 34,438 by Councilmember Harris by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the state of Louisiana to allow and facilitate the planning and construction of the Drags Kitchen Incubator Project, FPNC project number 50-ML3-23-01, as more fully set forth in the cooperative endeavor agreement form attached hereto as Exhibit A and made a part hereof and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I've moved. Council Vice President seconded. Real quick, can I be added as a co-author, Madam Clerk? Thank you. 6 yeas. Thank you.
At the bottom of the page, ordinance calendar number, motion line over M23-451 has been deferred to November 2nd. On top of page 42. Or motion line over M 23-464 has been deferred to November 2nd. On page 4, I'm sorry, motion M 23-483 by Councilmember Green by request, adding the president of the council as the signatory to the contract between the city of New Orleans and BASF Corporation, and authorizing the president of the council to sign the contract between the city of New Orleans and BASF Corporation, Exhibit A.
For the public and for the members of the council, it's pretty straightforward, just as the last one. But the president would be added as a signatory for the contract. The BASF Corporation provides support to the Mosquito, Termite, and Rodent Control Board. And this is actually a revenue generating agreement. So I move for approval. Seconded by Councilmember Jeruso. Members, please vote your machine.
Council, I'm sorry, we need to suspend Rule 57 for this one. My apologies.
I move to suspend Rule 57.
I'll second.
So move seconded. It'll come up in a second, members. Members, please vote your machines to suspend Rule 57. We have 5 yeas, no nays. Councilmember Harris, 6 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
So now we need to vote on it.
Right. So now we vote on the actual motion itself,
Mhm.
incorporating Rule 57. I move. Is there a second? Second. Councilmember Morrell. Members, please vote your machine. All in favor? 6 yeas, no nays. Councilmember King, do you wish to join us on that one? 7 yeas, no nays. Thank you very much.
At the bottom of the page, we have ordinance calendar motion M 23-484 by council members Morrell, Moreno, Jeruso, Harris, King, Green, and Thomas, appointing Ashley Spears to serve as the council fiscal officer for the New Orleans City Council with a base salary of grade 103, step 44.
I'll move. Second by Councilman Moreno. Please vote your machines. 7 yeas, no nays. Motion adopted.
We're
Who is
now,
this Ashley Spears?
I know. Congratulations.
we're now on top of page 42. Resolution R 23-489 by Councilmember Thomas by request. This is lengthy, has been advertised.
Yeah, I'll summarize it. It's lengthy, but it's a formal agreement that allows us to continue to receive federal funds to repair or reimbursement for our agreement with the LADOTD to maintain and repair the bridges that may be federal, or within Orleans Parish. And two highlights of the agreement is that LADOTD review every 6 months with corrections and funding for those corrections within 30 days, as well as a standard 24-month inspections, which the bridges are inspected by LADOTD. So with that, I move adoption.
I'd like to be added as a co-author.
Co-authored by, add everybody to that, man. It's about bridges in the city.
All right.
You want a second too? Second by Councilmember Morrell. Vote your machines, please. 7 yeas, no nays. The resolution is adopted.
On page 43, we have motion M 23-492 by Councilmember Jeruso, rescinding motion M 23-471 adopted by the City Council on October 5th, 2023, and the applicant's request is granted. And the amendment to the comprehensive zoning ordinance is as described in part 2.D of the City Planning Commission staff report.
Thank you. We just need to make a technical change that we didn't do. I've moved for approval, second by Councilmember Green. 7 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
Council members, we need to go back to page 39 We have ordinance calendar number 34,437 by Councilmember King by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans, the Riverwalk Spanish Plaza Economic Development District, and Rock Step Riverwalk LLC, collectively referred to as parties, for a term greater than 1 year for the public purpose of promoting economic development in the city of New Orleans and creating capital and infrastructure improvements, providing for cultural programming and enhancing security in Spanish Plaza public space as more fully detailed in the CEA form as Exhibit A, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I make a motion to adopt. Second by Councilmember Green. 7 yeas, no nays.
Council members, we have motion M 28-495 by Councilmember Thomas by request, adding the president of the council as a signatory to the data use agreement between the city of New Orleans and the administrators of the Tulane Educational Fund, and authorizing the president of the council to sign the data use agreement between the city of New Orleans and the administrators of the Tulane Educational Fund. Once we suspend the rules to receive it and add it to the agenda, this matter will be referred to the Criminal Justice Committee and deferred to November the 2nd. So we need to suspend the rules.
Move to suspend the rules. Second by Councilmember Marino. 5 yeas, no nays, the rules are suspended.
Five.
Do,
Everybody has to vote. Everybody is sitting there, they have to vote.
Gotta wear a yay.
well, yay. Yay. That's 7, I think. All yeas, no nays, adopted. What's the next move, Madam Clerk?
You gotta suspend it one more time to add it.
A motion to suspend to add to the agenda, moved by me. Second by Councilmember Green. Yay? Yay, all yeas, 7 yeas. No nays, it's added.
Now, it will be deferred to November 2nd and referred to the Criminal Justice Committee.
Yes, ma'am.
We have motion M 23-496 by Councilmember King, adding the president of the council as a signatory to the professional services agreement between the city of New Orleans and Richards Disposal, Inc., and authorizing the president of the council to sign the agreement between the city of New Orleans and Richards Disposal, Inc. This matter will be deferred to November 2nd and it will be deferred to November 2nd and referred to the Public Works Committee, but we need to suspend the rules to receive it and add it.
I make a motion to suspend.
Move to suspend, moved by Councilmember King to suspend. Seconded by me. Councilman King,
All right, I make a motion.
the motion made in second.
So now we need to add.
Voted.
7 yeas, no nays.
Yeah.
It's suspended. Moved by Councilmember King again. Seconded by me again.
Seven yeas, no nays.
This will be deferred to November 2nd and referred to the Public Works Committee. It is now time to suspend the rules to go to ordinances on first reading.
Go ahead. Oh, it's exciting. This is that exciting time. All right.
Ordinance on first readings, calendar number 34,439 by Councilmember King. An ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit a bar in a C2 or auto-oriented commercial district in an SC suburban corridor use restriction overlay district located on Square B3, Lot 2, Garden Oak in the fifth municipal district, bounded by General DeGaulle Drive, Bender Drive, Sion Drive, in Texas Drive, municipal address 3733 General DeGaulle Drive, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto, zoning docket number 5823. Ordinance calendar number 34,440 by Councilmember Harris. An ordinance to authorize the placement of honorary street dedication signage for Art Neville and his brothers along the 1,000 and 1100 block of Allen Street to provide for the payment of costs for the creation, installation, and removal of signage and to otherwise provide respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,441 by Council Members Jeruso and Harris. An ordinance to amend and reordain Article 18, Section 18-2Z, purpose of the University Area Off-Street Park and Overlay District, and Section 1830, University Area Off-Street Park and Overlay District of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, Ordinance number 4264, MCS as amended by Ordinance number 26413, MCS and subsequent amendments, the intent of which is to require off-street vehicular parking for certain increases in the number of existing bedrooms and bathrooms to expand the area of applicability to include additional neighborhoods, including parts of neighborhoods bounded by Front Street, Jefferson Avenue, South Claiborne Avenue, Taladana Street, Elhart Boulevard, and South Carrollton Avenue. Redefine bedroom to include a window or a door to open to a space other than another sleeping room, bathroom, or toilet room, and require that every shared bedroom be at least 50 square feet for each occupant, lower in the threshold for off-street parking requirements for new construction or renovation from 4 bedrooms to 3 bathrooms to 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, redefine full bathroom to include a bathtub or shower, require new construction or renovation to include a common room which cannot be a bedroom, require the new parking spaces to be minimum of 8.5 feet wide by 18 feet long, prohibit tandem parking, recognizing possible street parking arrangements between adjacent lots, prohibit the raising of structure to accommodate all-street parking for all properties located in an area generally bounded by Cecil Street, Monticello Avenue to Leek Avenue to River Drive to Riverview Drive to East Drive to Tapatula Street, turning on State Street, turning east on Front Street, turning north on Nashville Avenue, turning east on Chapatoulas, turning north on Jefferson Avenue, turning east on South Claiborne Avenue, turning north on Taladana Street, connecting to Washington Avenue, turning west on Elhart Boulevard, turning north on South Carrollton Avenue, turning west on Tulane Avenue, Airline Highway, connected to Palmetto Street, to North Line Street, to Monticello, to Cecil Street, and otherwise to provide respect thereto. Zoning docket 4523. Ordinance calendar 34,442 by Councilmember King, an ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit a small child care center in the SR2 suburban single-family residential district in St. Clair Garden, located on Square A, lots 1 and 2 in the 5th Municipal District, bounded by General Maya Avenue, General Collins Avenue, Magellan Street, Richland Road, municipal address 3869 General Maya Avenue, and otherwise to provide respect thereto. Zoning docket 6823. Ordinance calendar 34,443 by Councilmember King, an ordinance to affect a zoning change from an SB2 suburban pedestrian oriented corridor business district to an RR3 rural resident estate district located on a 15.3 acre parcel described as the Staten Plantation, where 1 lot parts RB 25, RB 26, RB 27, or part RBX in the 5th Municipal District, bounded by Staten Road, English Turn Parkway, Delacroix Road, and Willow Drive, municipal address 1600 Staten Road, and otherwise to provide respect thereto. Zoning docket 6923. Ordinance calendar 34,444 by Councilmember Harris, an ordinance to establish a conditional use permit of Mardi Gras Den in the C1 General Commercial District located on the entireties of Square 140 and 148, as well as the former portion of Thalia Street between the two squares, all of which are bounded by Washington Avenue, South Lopez Street, South Rendon Street, and Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, municipal address 4400 Washington Avenue and 1300 South Rendon Street, and otherwise to provide respect thereto. Zoning docket 7123. Ordinance calendar 34,445 by Council Members Harris, Moreno, Morel, Jeruso, King, Green, and Thomas. An ordinance to preserve and create affordable housing through the establishment of Division 54 and Chapter 70, Article 3 of the Code of the City of New Orleans, called the New Orleans Housing Trust Fund, and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,446 by council members Jeruso, Morel, Moreno, Harris, King, Green, and Thomas, and ordinance to amend and reordain section 70-7 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to prohibit the expenditures or transfer of monies from or between city funds and funding subgroups, except when expressly authorized by or in strict accordance with a budget ordinance, and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,447 by Councilmember Green, and ordinance to temporarily waive certain fees, permit fees, and requirements within and around Desire Florida Multipurpose Center located at 3250 Industry Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70112, in conjunction with Thrive New Orleans on October 26, 2023, at 4:30 PM to 6:30 PM, to specify the duration and boundaries of said waivers and to provide otherwise respects thereto. This concludes ordinance on first reading.